Good evening. Welcome to Stars International. My name is Frank Allen. I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of Targeted Massachusetts or Stars International. And good evening, everybody. Well, it's been a really great day for the community. There's some things happening that will really be, I would say, incredibly far out. But that's another story. Next week on Wednesday evening, we will have an interesting guest I can't tell you about. And tonight we're having a really great guest, Lorraine Valente from New York.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm posting some links in the chat, and then I'm going to walk away from my screen because I'm getting some feedback here.
Okay. Getting feedback. I'm not hearing it.
You know, I think it's from, because I'm on my phone
and you're
talking to you right now, and I also pulled up the screen so that I can add some links.
Oh, okay. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like hearing me through the screen and also on the phone. So I'm going to walk away from my screen in a little bit.
All right, that's fine. Okay, we have links in the chat room on Facebook.
Right. Well, one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the language that we use to explain what's happening to us to others so that they understand.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and see, one of the things that I don't ever discuss with the police is my physical targeting.
Right.
Because if I can't prove it other than demonstrating the marks on my body, then I'm not going to discuss it.
Right.
So, I'll discuss it with other people like here, and, some personal friends that can see the marks on my body, but, that's not something I'm going to discuss. But, for all of us that are getting targeted in our homes and out of our, whether you're renting or owning a home, there is a law against mobbing, real estate mobbing, and renter harassment.
Right. That's correct.
Yeah, so, I want to discuss that a little bit, but before I do, first of all, I wanted to thank you for, having me talk on your call.
Oh, it's great having you.
Oh, no, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And, I'm not sure who's listened to my testimony, on Ella's call back in January.
Yeah.
But, maybe I just give a little explanation about why I believe I'm targeted.
Great.
So, so back in 2012, 2013, I became very heavily involved in animal rescue. I became a foster parent, started helping pets on death row for the New York City Animal Shelter in New York City. It was a high kill shelter. There was an individual heading that facility that was very controversial and subsequently left, but there was a lot of problems there. But I was helping foster some of the animals that were going to be killed, and they were all healthy. So, I started caring for them in my home and then subsequently adopting them concurrently with caring for, feral, what they call feral cats or stray cats on the other side of my town, and I was doing that now, I guess, for 16 years. But came across some individuals in the animal rescue world that are not as caring as some people, in it for the money, do a lot of unethical and possibly illegal activities. I didn't come across this because I was looking for it. It's something I encountered in just doing my day-to-day work, and then subsequently I was threatened by one individual. They started to steal my animals. They actually stole one of my cats from the veterinarian's office, refused to get it back. I tried to get a pro bono attorney, and the attorney that I called evidently knew them and said, well, why don't you just ask for your cat back? I'm sure they'd give it to you. And I thought, well, this is ridiculous. I wouldn't be calling an attorney if that worked. And then immediately after that, I received a legal cease and desist letter from the same law firm telling me that I was harassing their client. And it just gets progressively worse from there, because I discovered that one of the other attorneys in the law firm was having a physical relationship with the offending cat thief, and who also killed one of my cats, refused to give it back. So, these are people that go and have a sort of some of power meaning that they've got a bunch of attorneys protecting them. And I never did get my cat back. I subsequently hired another attorney, and it was very expensive. But it just got progressively worse from there, where, my cat started disappearing. My cat vandalized, items that were there disappeared. My bowls were sliced, the food disappeared, cats started disappearing, and things of that nature. I received a formal eviction notice, and during the time that I was trapping those cats, my cats, my house was consistently broken into. I would come home, notice things missing, things in the wrong place. The house was deteriorating like very rapidly and in very unusual patterns. Things that would normally not break were breaking. Like if I touched something, it would fall apart. Things that I bought that were new were suddenly shredded. I would put on a piece of clothing and it would have a hole in it. People don't really know me, but I'm somewhat very particular and fastidious. Like I pretty much clean my house all day long when I'm not working. And I take very good care of my pets. So when all of these things started happening, I became a little baffled and confused, noticed a lot of people following me around. And even before I understood what a targeted individual was, I was just very aware and was jotting down license plates. So I've actually been plate number since 2015, not knowing where that would go, but just thought, well, I need these for something. And lo and behold, yes, these years later, I realized that, there was an organized group of people set out to, harass me. But I also discovered that it wasn't just the harassment. They were following me because they were in my house while I was out. They took the opportunity that while I was out, caring for these, homeless animals, that they were in my house vandalizing it, moving things around. They marked up every one of my books. When I say every book, I had, I'm an astrologer as well as my formal education. I have over 300 astrology books. And they got in every one of them, marked the binders, tore pages, used magic marker. They poured urine on some of them, Some of them were up high in my cabinet, and they poured urine all over them, which has become a theme. They want to make it look like my cats did it, but my cats don't pee on my objects. A new file cabinet suddenly had the handle loose, and then when I reattached it, it disappeared. I never found it till this day. So, you know, they've been stealing things on a regular basis. So we're just going to fast forward. I filed multiple police reports, multiple. I've had my locks changed 3 times. I'm on my 4th security system. And I know that people who are listening to this are like shaking their heads thinking, oh, well, you know, we know that anything that you buy is just going to be broken into. But, you know, at the time, you don't know this. I mean, I didn't know what the hell was going on. So they've gone through great lengths to destroy my evidence. They stole a folder of insurance photos. I collect antiques. I've been collecting antiques since I'm a kid. My father, you know, in addition to his regular job, was an antique dealer, had his own store. So I grew up having antiques around me, all different kinds, and I have antique furniture. So, you know, I photographed it, have everything in a folder, it disappears, and they proceed to every piece of furniture in my house. When I say every, I mean every chair, table, lamp, my TVs, like the recording headphones that I'd be listening to now, they've torn those apart. Anything that I purchased that was new, they attack that more than even the old things. But each time I filed a police report, whatever I would tell them ended up in a different format in the actual report. We have something here, and probably you do in your state. It's called the Open Public Records Act, OPRA, O-P-R-A, where you can request a copy of a police report, incident report, forward it to them. So, you know, I did that repeatedly, and each report that I received was completely fabricated, didn't have any of the facts. There were lies of omission. I attempted to correct them and I am calling out the police on this, and I've spoken to them on the phone, and they refused to change it. They said once you provide, once they write the incident report, they claim they can't correct it. So, which is, there's something wrong with that, reporting false information in the reports, and it's actually illegal. There are laws against it. But let's see, I'm going to see if I could find it. I printed out some things. Yeah, so this is back in April of 2017. And the reason I'm going to read some of this is because of some of the language that was in the report. I wrote a letter to the lieutenant after receipt of my incident report. And I said, in reviewing the report, I noticed several instances where statements of facts were not completely accurate, and I've listed them below. Please make the appropriate corrections. And besides the fact that there were pages missing on every report, I said, please correct the following facts. And I mentioned leaving a place at a particular time and returning at a particular time, which means that I was gone for almost 5 hours. And they wrote in the report that I was only away from my house for an hour. And I told them that when I entered my house, the suspicions about the damage to my house inside and out were now confirmed because I noticed that my door was broken into. They claim in their report was not broken into. And in speaking with the lieutenant just yesterday, he claims, or he says, and of course he wasn't present, he says, well, we didn't see any pry marks to indicate that your house had been broken into. I said, well, that's not true. I said, I have photos. Every door had pry marks on it. I said, but the pry marks weren't, plus it was a professional job. It was either done by a law enforcement individual or some kind of a private for hire detective that knew exactly what they're doing. It wasn't like some common, like an addict looking for drug money or something like that. When the police officer came the first time I noticed that my door was broken into, that police officer asked me, well, when was the last time I painted my door? He also told me that he was a locksmith prior to becoming an officer and that my house wasn't broken into. And I looked at him like the paint was all chipped off. There were striation marks on my lock. There were pry marks. There were very specific pry marks, and the pry marks on the garage was exactly the same as on the front door. And they're very specific to a certain tool that either law enforcement or firefighters would use to enter a residence without doing too much damage. So I pointed out that at the time, the police officer wasn't wearing a badge. He didn't give me an incident report number. I didn't have his name or anything. And everybody that saw the locks said that the house was broken into. The only one who said it wasn't was the police officer. Also,
my dad.
Let's see. Oh, and the reporting officer wrote in my incident report that I appeared to be paranoid. And so I write in my letter to this lieutenant, I said, I do not see the point of the reporting officer stating that I appeared to be paranoid, given that my findings were affirmed by everyone but the officer. And the use of that word is inappropriate. That has no place in an official police report. It is harmful and untrue. Paranoid is not part of my vocabulary nor my personality. I am a Manalapan resident reporting the reality of a crime at my residence, and the pattern of vandalism over the past 3 years at Pinebrook, where my cat colony was, has now carried over to my home. The break-in has been confirmed by several professionals in their field, and this is a serious matter. So now the next police report also says that I appear to be paranoid. But basically, what the second police officer did is he cut and pasted exactly what the first officer said in his report, even though I didn't even show him the things that I showed the first police officer. So it was completely fabricated, and they refused to change it. Now, another thing that the officer, the lieutenant and the officer was saying was like, well, wait a minute, you have a security system. You have an alarm system. If your house were broken into, it would have triggered, right? So my response was, let's see. The Wi-Fi was disabled by somebody while I was away from the residence, and I gave him times and dates. The camera events were triggered, yet those images were oddly expired and unavailable for viewing on the same day, confirmed by a technology person. 4-hour gaps in my Wi-Fi at least 2 times in Verizon Fios has not reported any problems with my service. As noted above, I don't see the point of the reporting officer stating that I appeared to be paranoid, given that my findings were affirmed by everyone but the officer, and the use of that word is inappropriate. In another report, the narrative, again, was copied from a prior report, and I respond, it's one, factually untrue, and two, it wasn't even discussed by me when the officer was visiting my house. The pattern of vandalism is the same as experienced and reported at the Pine Brook Care Center, and while I believe the damage is caused by animal activists, I have no proof of who's actually performing the work, and I never offered an opinion or fact of who specifically is committing the crimes. So they continue throughout my report saying, well, you keep reporting this and there are no triggering events. So I explained to them that the security cameras on the date of the break-ins are not connected to or associated with the house alarm. Even if the camera would not have triggered an alarm activation to their agency. In addition, the Wi-Fi connecting both the alarm and the cameras had been interrupted on at least 2 of those dates when I was away from the residence. The alarm company indicated that there was no glitch in their system and it was working fine, and the Wi-Fi connection was intentionally interrupted by someone. When it is interrupted, the alarm would not be activated, even if there was a triggering event. And Verizon Fios confirmed that their service was not working. Now, this is a pattern that continues today. When I'm preparing for bed or the shower, the Wi-Fi connection to my phone becomes disabled. This is every night. I could be up downstairs. If I'm in the shower, I could be in my bed going to sleep. They automatically disconnect the Wi-Fi to my phone so that if there are images from my camera, they would automatically go to my email address that would go to my phone. What I have discovered, and I recently printed it out once I got into my alarm system online, is that entire days images were completely deleted from my system, indicating that they have access to my online account and have been going in and out of my account, deleting entire days of images. That's one of the reasons why some of the images never make it to my email address. And I noticed that the cars that are always speeding by my house that my cameras should capture, I haven't received one of them because somebody is editing, deleting all the images on my cameras. And by the time I receive an email to my account, it could be hours later. To get images that took place at 9 o'clock in the morning, I might not get them until 11 or 12. So somebody is actually in there editing. Over the last couple of weeks, I have had 3 SD cards stolen from my car dash cam. 3. One when I was at the post office getting my mail, one when I was at Target, and another one was actually from my car parked in my garage, which means that they were in my house when I was sleeping.
Jeez.
Yes. So, yeah, I just wanted to put this on the record. And I had a recent occurrence. It's going to get progressively better or progressively worse. Every time they're in my house, they take something. I noticed approximately half a dozen of my blouses were stolen out of my closet. Actually, I have a PAX the PAX bracelet, when you get your membership. It's like this little rubber bracelet, and I wear that every day. And I take it off when I shower, along with I wear for protection. And the bracelet was actually stolen. In addition to my sink drain. My sink drain was stolen last week. Just all these little things to let me know that they were here.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. The better thing is, it was a little bit cooler this week, so I decided, I'm going to bake some cornbread. I turn on my oven, and I smell something horrendous. They poured urine in my oven.
Oh, God.
Yes. So they poured urine in my oven. In the oven, I see that they completely scratched the enamel inside of it. Now, I don't know when this happened because obviously it's the summertime, and it's amazing the stuff that they do. But my house is listed for sale. So they have been systematically coming in and doing really little things, like on a very regular basis. They have a thing with urine and blood. Like I find blood, like little drips or drops around the house, and urine. In April of this year, they killed 2 of my cats. They both died within 6 days of them entering my house. I don't know what they did. They both died exactly the same way. They stopped eating and just lost all of their weight and then collapsed on the floor within 6 days.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. What I want to do is I want to blow the whistle on Allstate Insurance Agency in Toms River, New Jersey, for not paying any of my claims and then canceling my policy afterwards. Allstate Insurance Company in Toms River, New Jersey, denied my claims, saying that my vandalism was, quote unquote, wear and tear. They refused to claim the first time and then the second time, but I'm going to call them out on it because I want to know what they were doing at the Manalapan Police prior to the house. So this is insidious, what they do. My insurance policy covered my antiques specifically. It covered vandalism. It covered identity theft. My American Express card was hacked. My website was. My 2 Facebook pages were hacked. My computer screen has a mind of its own. My cursor, my mouse cursor, jumps all over the place. It self-corrects words in documents that I've not written. So somebody's in my computer, and Allstate refused to cover any of it, even though I showed them the locks that were broken into, the etchings, the satanic Freemason etchings on my antique furniture, my clothing that was shredded.
Wow.
My refrigerator was scratched. My hardwood floors were scratched. My walls have X's on them. My aluminum siding had an X on the side. My trees have branches sawed off. Sawed with a saw. And they refused to cover my claim, calling it wear and tear, and then canceled my policy. They refused to look at the before and after photos. I did find some. Oh, I didn't know. And they refused to acknowledge the list of items that were stolen from my house, equaling approximately $5,000. They denied my claim in its entirety and never even mentioned the identity theft or the theft of property in their denial. Refused to acknowledge it. At first, they said, we're canceling your policy because you have a nonprofit. It's like, you knew about my nonprofit when, when you accepted me as a client. And besides the fact that my nonprofit is covered under a separate insurance policy that has nothing to do with yours. So I don't know if anybody else out there has ever filed a claim, an insurance claim, and was denied, but I'm calling out all. I did not report them to the Division of Banking and Insurance because I believe that, like all of these agencies, it's not going to put any money in it. It might just scold them or fine them, like with the realtors. It doesn't put any money in your pocket. The only way is to sue them. But obviously, given what I know about this program, that may be a futile effort. But I'm still calling them out anyway. Now, what happened a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sure everybody knows, this may have happened to them too, but I drove to the post office, and as I pull out there, this is July 11, 2018, I pull out, and I notice that there's somebody in an SUV photographing me. She actually has her phone on the window photographing me. So alongside, she rolls down her window with the camera still focused on me. It was nastier than, so nasty. She was parked on a diagonal with the driver's side facing out to the lot where the cars are parked. This is at the tenant post office. The female was already parked there as I exited to enter the post office, and there were only two people ahead of me at the post office. So all I had to do was retrieve some mail, and upon exiting, the same vehicle was still illegally parked on the diagonal. She wasn't parked in a parking space, and she's holding up this phone pressed against the driver's window, which was slightly darkened. She does not exit the vehicle. She's obviously stalking me. I drive past, and when she rolls down her window, I said, why are you, she says, what are you looking, she was nasty. First she says, what are you looking at? And I said, why are you recording me? And then she responds, why did you stop in front of my car, bitch?
Wow.
And I responded again, yeah. I said, why are you recording me? And she was like a nasty, ugly, spewing obscenities, projecting like all her corruption onto me. She called me a bitch again. She's clearly recording me the entire time. And then, of course, I get really pissed off. I give her a finger, and I jot down her license plate. And then when I did that, she goes, oh, how nice. And then she pulls over, also not in another parking space. And she probably likely calls somebody or whatever. But she is, another one of those, I call them like the provocateur. The whole program is about provoking you into doing something.
Yeah. Yes. That's right.
It's like they're creating. They're criminals. They're causing crime. They're trying to provoke you. We're like all innocent people, and But anyway, for the record, her license plate number is W91JIT. It's an SUV, a female, approximately 40 years old, with brown hair, tied back, no makeup, round face. Be on the lookout.
What color car?
It was like a silvery. Like, did I write it down? I think it was like a silvery. It was like a silvery color.
Okay.
But something that I've discovered, because I can't really say how, because it's probably illegal, but I have had somebody look up some of the license plates, and they're mostly local people, but some of these people are swapping off cars.
Yeah.
Because I see the same people in different brand new cars.
Lorraine, can you repeat those numbers again?
Yeah, I have, just so you know, on my Facebook page, the Gang Stalking Vandalism Patterns, the link I placed in the chat, I have a list of license plates I've collected since 2015.
Wow.
Now, mind you, that is not, all inclusive, because these are just the ones that I was able to document, because, when you're driving, it's so hard.
Yeah.
But I have kind of like a photographic memory. So like if I don't focus on anything else and just focus on the license plate, I'll remember it until I can jot it down. So that's,
right.
How I've obtained those license plate numbers.
Well, that's good, Lorraine.
Say it again, Lorraine.
Excuse me?
Say it again. Can you say the numbers?
Yes, this particular one, this is a W91. JIT, and this is, I believe I'm not sure I believe it was a New Jersey license plate. It was an SUV. It was a female, approximately 40, and she was nasty. Brown hair, tied back, no makeup, round face. But,
okay.
But I have dozens of license plates online. Some of them are from people on my block that live in my development, in my neighborhood, that are stalking me.
Which website? Because you got 3 of them. I mean, you said website or Facebook?
Oh, I'm sorry, my Facebook. I posted in the chat at the very beginning. It's the Gang Stalking Vandalism Patterns. So on that page, they have something called notes. And if you click on notes, you can see a bunch of notes there. Some, I added some of Karen Stewart's, wonderful flyers, some other helpful information. I have a folder in the photos of all the flyovers. I've got these military copters hanging out over my house. I mean, of course, they're pretty fast. So sometimes I don't get my camera in time, but I've got quite a lot of them on Facebook if you go into the photos and you go into the albums and you click on more, the title is military flyovers or military copters. So I've got photos there, and you could see the trees in my yard and how close those copters are overhead. Because I'm taking these photos out my back slider door in my yard, and they're directly above my house.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure where mine is, but I just told the other person in my household that I belong to a human rights organization. And I told him about Dr. Matthew Aaron, and now I think he believes me.
Yeah, well, good.
Yeah, and
good.
I live in a small city, and the local perpetrators, I'm not exactly sure who they are, but I just want this gone so much, and I'm just.
It's such a horrible. It's a horrible thing, and I think there are so many real criminals out there.
Yeah.
Right.
And nobody's chasing after them. You know why? Because it's easy to chase after us. We're harmless.
Yeah.
If they were doing their jobs, they go after the real criminals. But you know what? They're They're wimps,
Mm-hmm.
and they're bullies.
Cowards.
I guarantee any one of these people, you get them one-on-one without their cell phone, without their husband, without their badges, they crumble in a minute.
Right.
Their anonymity. So we have to put a face to them, you know.
Exactly. And every license plate I get is going online. Every one of them, they're up there, whatever ones I get. If they're following me, and I'm gonna repeat this too, I have a photo of a man stalking me in front of my house, staring at my attic. I snapped a photo of him. He was in front of my driveway, talking to the stalker neighbor diagonally across the street. Why she's hanging out in front of my driveway when she lives down the block. He didn't look at her once, not even once. All he did there at my house. I snapped a photo of him. He's online. Well, lo and behold, as I'm pulling out of the post office last week, that same truck, same man was waiting behind my car.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. I pulled out
I
made a right turn. I pulled over so that I could turn around and drive behind him and photograph his license plate. And I called up his business and I spoke to a woman there and I said, I want to report one of your employees. Of course, she was protecting him. She refused to give me his name, but I told her, and I'm going to say it here, Rosen Decorators, if I see that man near me one more time, I will file a restraining order.
Yeah. Well, I had my Wi-Fi hacked, and they won't tell me who it was, and I know it was last year. But then this year, my Google account came up, and I'm putting a warning out. If anyone's listening and you're involved, you just stop it, you know.
Can anybody hear me?
These are sick people. These are just sick people.
Yeah. In fact, you know, I think they're on the Wi-Fi right now, you know.
Paula, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you, Frank.
Okay, I'm in on a back channel. I came in through the web. So my desktop version is frozen, but I'm with you on the web. I don't know how much muting I can do, but I don't usually have to do that anyway. But I'm here.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Good. I wanted just to offer one more thing, because when I mentioned it to a couple of friends on the phone, they just started to laugh. I mean, it's actually not funny. I mean, I guess it is funny when I tell you, but it's not funny. So now my next door neighbor, you know how they move people in next to you? Well, this is the second set of neighbors. The first set moved across the street. And the new second set comes in, and this woman follows me around my yard. When I'm gardening, it's like I've got a shadow. She's always got her phone. Her kids are always crying. I mean, she spent as much time with her kids as she does on that phone. Maybe they'd stop crying. But anyway, I'm talking.
Why do you think they're taking these risks of exposing who they? Why so many of these people? I mean, what are they trying to do?
They are mobbing me out of my house.
Really?
And yes, they want my house.
So they want your property.
They want my property. They want my house. They want me gone, but they don't want to buy my house. Well, at least they don't want to buy it for what it's worth. So they have been systematically depreciating the value. And every time I repair something that they damaged, they get really pissed off. And they come in and try to damage that as well. I mean, I just spent 20 replacing my floors that they damaged. And they have come in here and caused floors to buckle. And now I have to have it repaired.
That's terrible.
It is. So one of the things that I wanted to mention, I pulled up, one second, where is it? It's called www.renterharassment.com. This is a really great website with a very good information that you can discuss with, friends and family, that this is something that has been going on for years. It's been going on since like the 70s and the 80s. It actually happens all over the world.
Yeah.
It started, off in buildings. Like, let's say it's a rent-controlled building, and you're living there a while, and they'll do anything possible to try to scare you, intimidate you into moving. They'll steal your mail. They'll create a lot of noise. They may put dirt in front of your home and stuff. Oh, and by the way, the latest gift to me by the murderers is a live hornet's nest on my patio.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I woke up, opened up my back door, and there is a live hornet's nest. And just for anybody, if that ever happens to you guys, what I did is I dressed myself up, I covered myself up, and fortunately I keep on hand food-grade diatomaceous earth. It's a white powder. It's non-toxic. It's toxic to parasites. I mean, you can actually ingest a little bit, like if you're drinking lemon juice and water. It's great for your pets, sit in with their food. You could actually sprinkle it on their necks as a natural, flea repellent. So what I did was I took a huge amount of it and walked up to the nest, threw it on top, and ran back in the house. And then it completely covered the nest. The wasps were coming out of their little holes there, and they were covered in the stuff, which weighed them down. And then as they try to eat themselves out of it, when they ingest it, it kills them. I mean, literally within a couple of hours, they were all dead.
Oh, gosh.
But nevertheless, I have photos I posted on my Facebook, gang stalker vandalism patterns. I posted 2 photos of the wasp's nest with the wasps in it.
Well, the interesting thing is that you're an animal rights activist, and they do that, and then you have to kill the wasps.
Then I have to kill them, exactly.
That's how they are,
Yep.
That's the example.
Yes, well, they've done other things. They left a dead fish at the foot of my driveway, dead mice. What else? They leave other things that weren't living. But of course, they've killed a lot of cats. But so the latest thing is, I was talking to the painter, who also installed the floors at my foot of my driveway, and the nosy neighbor comes out, and she goes around to the back of her car. So she's looking at me, I'm looking at her, and she says, "What are you looking at?" I said, "Well, you know what I'm looking at." I said, "You're always surveilling me. You point your phone at me. You know exactly what." So, my painter leaves, and then I ignore her. I'm ready to turn up my driveway, and she turns to me and says, "Is there anything else you'd like to say before I call?" I didn't say another word, go in my house, and I'm waiting for the cops to come. And before, then I pull out the letter that I wrote them in May, because their landscaper damaged my property. They damaged onto my property about 8 feet. They put a lot of debris on, had holes in my lawn. I photographed it. So I wrote them a letter. I said, evidently, your landscaper, impinged upon my property. It wasn't a couple of inches. It was more like 8 feet. I said, we could do one of 2 things. Either I can repair it and, send you the invoice, or you can come and look at it and you could repair it yourself. So 2 weeks later, I receive a response from the neighbor. One sentence: "Dear Lorraine, I assume for now that is not harassment, but rather a mistake on your part."
Oh, was it in handwriting?
No, it was typed.
Oh, that figures.
But that was the, so I photographed this. I gave it to the police officers when they were here. Oh, and this is really good. When the cops came, you know, I explained to them what happened. And I was with them for at least 10 minutes. But I had taken my small recorder out with me. The cop says, "Are you recording this?" I said, "Yes, I am." I said, "You're recording me, aren't you?" So then I just proceeded to talk and tell them about the neighbor. And I said, you know, that neighbor should be glad that I don't call DIFUS on her. She spends more time stalking me than she does taking care of her kids. So that wasn't in the report, though. That never made it to the report. I also, at that point, told the officers that she's been staring at the roof of my house with her friends. That never made it into the report either. I was looking out my bathroom window one day, and suddenly she's staring up at my bathroom window. So these people are observing me through probably an app on their phone. And when I mentioned it's the police officer, none of that was entered into the report. Zero, zip, nil.
We have to take care of and expose, or and.
Hi, Ellen.
But the best part about this, when I received the report back, the police in the narrative, they when a report goes in, they give it certain codes. They refer to it, whether it's a complaint or whatever. So the initial call, get this, terror threats.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Terror threat. And then it says the nature is a disorderly person. And then they write additional offense, citizen dispute.
What was the big that?
What was the dispute?
There was no dispute. I was on my driveway, and I guess it's hard to explain how far away my driveway is from theirs. I mean, it's not like you can't see each other, there's trees and stuff, but I was at the foot of my driveway, and she was in the middle of her driveway.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't move towards me, and I didn't move towards her. So we're, just diagonally across from each other, have very few words, and then that's it. She calls the police because this is all fabricated. This is contrived. This is intentional. It's intentional.
Background that made it so that was
normally the perps don't call the police though, because usually they're guilty of something and they don't want to be found out.
Well, she's guilty.
Hi, Ken.
Hey, good.
She's definitely guilty. And so I wrote a letter to our captain, our police captain, and I wrote, I won't say his name. I said, I have been advised to report the crimes inflicted upon my home and property at my address on an individual basis in writing. The crimes against my property and me personally have persisted since 2012. It is evident that I am a victim of real estate mobbing extortion network, including a slander campaign, slow kill process of devaluing my home and property, and falsification of incident reports by your agency and others. I have attempted on numerous occasions to correct the facts. My voice is disappearing suddenly.
Gotcha.
Attempted on numerous occasions to correct the facts and statements offered to officers that to date have not been corrected and have been ignored by the Manalapan Police Department. In addition, none of the incidents ever made it into the Manalapan Police Blotter, which in turn were never reported to the local Manalapan Patch, which is our local newspaper. I am writing details of this incident so that the officer assigned to this incident has permission to cut and paste verbatim directly onto the incident report. Please provide the name of the officer and incident report number so that I may file an open request for the incident reports of this document. Please note, on July 25th, 2018, the next door neighbor filed a false report to law enforcement with the intention to falsely incriminate me. I am using this document to file an incident complaint against her. She is a stalker, a liar, and a provocateur. Since the day they moved in, when I walk outside, she walks outside. If I'm gardening, I'm stalked all around my own yard from theirs. I have witnessed them staring at the roof of my residence, stalking my moves while viewing their phone. They have also intentionally damaged my property in May, refusing to acknowledge it with an abusive response. The police report she filed was fictitious. To reiterate the facts, on August 17th, as I spoke with my painter at the foot of my driveway, the snoopy next-door neighbor was peeping out her door, then exit her home to remove something from her SUV. She's watching me the entire time, and I stare back. She is the first person to speak any words asking what I'm looking at. She is the instigator. I reply, you know exactly what you're looking at, blah, 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 blah. There, and then she wrote in the report that I cursed at her in front of her child. And I write here, yeah, get this. There was no child in her vehicle or outside, as stated in her incident report. After ignoring her, after ignoring her, as I walked back up my driveway, she had the audacity to ask, is there anything else you would like to say before I call the police, with a smirk on her face? That wasn't listed in the incident report either. It also was not noted in the incident report, that I offered a letter sent to the same neighbor in May about damage to my property by their landscaper, which they chose to ignore, except for sending a snide note back. Surely you didn't meet her, and I'm considering it her. It's even more disturbing that the nature of the incident report says disorderly conduct, with an additional offense, citizen dispute. Please describe in detail the definition of disorderly conduct. Lastly, on page 2 of 6, it states terror threats, initiating call. Please describe in detail how the instigating call to your agencies constitutes a terrorist threat. The only threat was directed at me personally by the neighbor. Her entire complaint was contrived and fictitious. And then I quoted the law. The law is 2C:28-4, false reports to law enforcement authorities, falsely incriminating another, a person who knowingly gives or causes to give false information to any law enforcement officer with the purpose to implicate another, commits a crime in the 4th degree. B, fictitious reports. A person commits a disorderly person's offense, so that she's the disorderly person, if 1, they report or cause to report to law enforcement an offense or other incident within their concern, knowing that it did not occur, or 2, pretends to furnish or to be furnished to such authorities information relating to an offense or incident when he knows he has no information relating to such offense or incident. And I write to the chief of police, thank you for your prompt attention to this matter.
Boy.
Is this amazing?
Sure is.
This is sick. Oh my God.
It's very sick. But these people are sick. But you know what? They're all going to be exposed also.
Yeah.
And I told them, I'm here 29 years, longer than anybody on this block. All these other people that moved in here, all these criminals, this whole network, these are new people. It's obvious. It's so obvious to me what's going on. And besides the fact that, you know, I'm 60, I've lived a little bit longer, and these are like 30-year-olds. You know, so 30-something-year-olds. the entitled group. None of them were 7. So yeah, so that's basically what has happened. Now I wanted to read just one more thing. So that my local police department, I pulled up the local police blotter, released by the Manalapan Police and unedited by the Patch. All the arrests and incidents last week. They post terrorist threat. Now get this, you're going to crack up. On Saturday, September 1, at 9:15 p.m., a 63-year-old Manalapan resident and a 53-year-old Manalapan resident both reported that they were threatened by the other during a traffic dispute. Now, would you consider that a terrorist threat? Labeled it a terrorist threat.
Oh, God.
I think you're dealing with a
This is in our local terrorist threat to a 63-year-old and a 53-year-old having an argument at a traffic dispute. That's a terrorist threat.
Maybe she has a background that's why they wrote it up that way. Did you do a background check on her?
No, I did not. I did not. So also in our local.
I can run one. What's her name?
Really?
Yeah. I can
well, maybe we can do this off the call.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because I don't want to give out the neighbor's name.
Sure. Okay.
On the
you got
call.
My email address, Lorraine. This is Ashley.
Oh, Ashley. Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so this is another good one in our local Manalapan Police Blotter. Here's another terrorist threat. On Saturday, a 30-year-old Manalapan resident responded to the Manalapan Police Department to report that an unknown actor threatened him over the phone. They label this a terrorist threat. Terrorist threat. I mean, I wonder what would happen if there were a real, true terrorist threat. So this is, to me, the little boy that cries wolf.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're labeling these stupid citizen disputes as terrorist threats?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. This is our local police blotter. Yep. Oh, and this is a good one. Harassment. A 19-year-old resident responded to the police headquarters to report that a juvenile neighbor was recording her with her cell phone walking to her vehicle. So now wait a minute. So this is published. So let's see when I report mine, if mine is published. To date, I've got like 8. Not one made it to the newspaper.
Are you sure they got filed, Lorraine? Because sometimes they'll take them and then not file them.
Well, you know what? That's a really good point. I wouldn't know, but I filed OPA requests, and I also asked. Oh, get this, Bobby. You know what? You're absolutely right, because in one of my OPA requests, I asked for a copy of my incident in the police blotter, and the response was not available or none. So that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. And actually, when I spoke to the lieutenant about my All-State claims examiner, I asked him, I said, can you let me know who my All-State claims examiner met with at your location prior to denying my claim? And he said, I don't think we, have a record of that. I said, well, you wouldn't have a record of it. I guarantee it wasn't recorded anywhere.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Such insanity. Oh, my God.
Is this amazing? But meanwhile, what about the real crime going on? Like, has anybody else experienced this kind of?
There was this mother and her teenage son. Were in a little town up here, a little north of me, North Carolina. And anyway, she had gone into the restaurant just briefly to go to the bathroom, and he was, they had already discussed he needed a job. So he went across the street and he was just looking into the windows at the certain businesses. Now he was a little autistic and, walking with a little gait, but she mentioned in her letter, he just needed some work. He's a wonderful boy. But anyway, about the third window, he was kind of looking at the business, thinking, that might be a good place to work if they'd hire him. 3 police cars suddenly showed up right in front of where he was at, blocked him off, and wanted to know what he was doing.
Oh, my goodness, that poor kid.
I know, and her mother was just pleading for mercy in this letter to the editor. It was in the Brunswick Beacon, North Carolina, and saying, look, my son just wanted to go to work somewhere, and he was just checking out the business, see if he wanted to work there, but that was their response. Somebody had evidently called them or something.
Wow, that's so traumatic for like a young kid, especially somebody with a disability like that.
Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
this is just pure bullying.
Typical of what they do.
Pure bullying.
Yeah. Gosh.
Okay, we've got a little.
No offense, police. Yeah.
We've got a little drum of
on
in
the
the background. Somebody has a.
Yeah, I heard some.
I heard
like clicking.
Somebody has a gaming headset. Gaming headsets sometimes have a built-in program that runs so that the young kids have something to listen to, and that's what it is. It's a drum. So if somebody's using it.
You know what? I just want to sign out of your the chat for a minute.
Okay.
And let me see. I want to get back to that renter's harassment. I wanted to read. So now, when you're talking about this to people who don't know what's going on, I generally don't talk about the things that are happening to my physical body. I mean, unless it's people that are close to me or like on these calls and stuff. And I've never mentioned it to the cops. But on this website, it says the techniques of the mob. It's called tenant clearing after busting has lost its luster. Now, block busting is illegal. I mean, and this is taught in like real estate classes too. So what is mobbing? It's workplace mobbing comes home. Workplace mobbing has been increasingly recognized as a means of group bullying with the goal of expulsion. In Europe, however, real estate mobbing is acknowledged as a common problem, especially in Spain and France. Real estate mobbing, sometimes called property mobbing, when it's referenced in the United States, is a brutal method of forced eviction in which a legal resident, a tenant or an owner, is harassed into leaving a property that interests real estate and developments want to acquire. Real estate mobbing used to be called blockbusting, and it is a phenomenon that is most likely to occur in gentrifying neighborhoods under the sway of pro-development neighborhood association, as well as other interest and speculation. And I'm just going to offer that my development is really close to the local police department. It's also in a wonderful location because our local courthouse is within distance and the sheriff's department. So this entire community is, I think they want law enforcement to just move in here. But I've said it, and I even said it to the lieutenant on the phone today. If somebody wants my house, they can buy it.
Right on. Yeah. Good.
So this is the technique. Now, this is going to resonate with everybody because these techniques are used on everybody. Techniques of the mob, quote unquote. Isolation. Mobbing is a technique that is easier to apply in cases where an individual lives alone, especially if he appears to have some vulnerability. For example, a renter surrounded by owners in an anti-renter neighborhood, a woman living alone, an elderly person who is seldom visited. Mobbing is a form of gang bullying. Now, we have laws in every state. This is just what I'm saying. We have laws in every state on bullying, gang bullying. So mobbing is a form of gang bullying. It's a practice that attracts those who relish being part of a mob that overpowers someone who is isolated either by politics, gender, age, or economic status. 2, monitoring. Isolation works hand in hand with monitoring, quote unquote, which is legally stalking and may extend to stalking outside of the house as well as monitoring inside the house. Privacy protects the harasser from exposure and prosecution. 3, defamation. Some mobbers start out in the street with gossip that is constructed to make you uncomfortable. This gossip may use language that continues throughout the mobbing, even if it goes indoors and continues from houses on either side of the property to be cleared. Terms like the village idiot are used to construct a neighborhood or a mob bullying situation that may use to avoid using your real legal name in conversations that would likely reveal the crime that is being committed. Then, of course, there are the staged conversations in front of your house, which may include constant references to the village idiot, and then you may find yourself constantly addressed in around-the-clock harassment as the village idiot. While this may seem incredible to you, they will maintain that the sole solution is that you have to leave or get out or move on. Ironically, these demands may be made to legal residents by harassers, free housing, neighbors. I'm going to repeat that again. These demands may be made to legal residents by harassers who are receiving free housing or money to clear properties for development issues.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and these techniques, their view is probably that the tenant is the criminal. This is how sick these people are. Yeah. And then, now it says tricks. Those who dress up criminal harassment by calling themselves mobbers tend to like legal tricks and tricks of all kinds so long as they are on you. This style of harassment is predicated on the trick of pretending to be upstanding citizens while hosting, like all of my neighbors, they think that they're upstanding citizens and they're low-class white trash. Yeah. While hosting or participating in an invisible but vicious forced eviction of a legal resident in which they self-dubbed mobbers, often young adults out for cheap rent or to make a quick buck state, including in the harassment statement that the mobbing until you leave, which they hope will be today, while simultaneously telling you that they're going to protect themselves and that their attorney says that you must leave of your own free will. Sounds nasty, huh? The process of mobbing is attractive to corrupt community organizations, real estate speculators, and developers because it is structured so that the perpetrators avoid legal for criminal behavior. I'll repeat that. It is structured so that the perpetrators avoid legal liability for criminal behavior. Another trick is the constant assurances that it is civil, quote unquote, that is, except for the stalking, except for the sleep deprivation, except for the threats, the blackmail, and the coercive techniques they attempt to use to frighten you from your home. We have also heard of cases of mobbing uses recorded gunshots and other simulacra to frighten while simultaneously claiming they've committed no crime. After all, how can they be accused of shooting guns to frighten if they're only playing the recording,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Other ploys include the possibility of using voice filters to make their voices sound like those in your neighborhood. This is designed to enhance the bullying effect, especially if the voices they use belong to the mob. In one case we know of, the mob constantly incorporated into the harassment the statement that they may be or represent the person whose voice they assumed, so they take great pains to constantly repeat the question to the victim, who am I? They say this, that if you can't see the person who's speaking, then they might not truly be the person whose voice they assume. Then they can't be prosecuted, right?
Gee.
So it's a game, yes. It's a nasty game. So if you're in the situation, don't believe it. Criminals disguise themselves in numerous crimes that can be and later successfully prosecuted. Real estate mobbers are highly predatory and will do anything to attempt to convince you that they can't be prosecuted and that no forensic evidence exists, and that if you report it, people will think you're crazy. That if you report it, they say that you're in fact harassing them, just like my neighbor, right? And so on. Don't buy it. Giving into illegal bullying just encourages those who clear, quote unquote, residents in this manner to inflict it on others. And then the next one is threats of legal bullying. Mobbing continues in the courtroom. A key drive in mobbing is to avoid prosecution. For this reason, the mobbers use threats, blackmail, coercion to attempt to make you abandon ship. For the same reason, they use threats, blackmail, coercion in an attempt to prevent you from reporting. So that's why they wipe my security cameras clean. They steal my dash cam, right?
Yeah.
So the goal is to make you believe that the crime is civil when it's not, and that you are the criminal and not them. And that if you report them, you will find yourself in jail. If you call the police, they will claim that you're harassing them and that they will cream you in court if you attempt to sue or get a protective order. Because of their alignment with a development, they may have access to some legal help. So this can be daunting. Cultivated mobber style, they may insist that they'll lie their way through any court proceeding and then take you for everything you got for defamation. Mobbing is constructed as a crime without culpability, and it is very dirty. The most effective way to coerce a tenant out of his house might just be to pretend that you're doing a smear campaign on him. And then there are the accusations. They keep saying mobbers like tricks. They revel in cheap tricks that allow them to feel superior over those they're harassing. Is it radio harassment or stalking? Are they really using eavesdropping devices that are in your house? Or are these people using shotgun microphones from next door and then talking as though they can see you? Can they really see through walls using infrared panels like they said? Or did they hire a drone? Did they put a bomb in your car? Or should you start it? Did they put a bot in your computer? Or are they taking advantage of your obvious upset over the personal information that they somehow acquired on you? Can they really get you evicted for slatternly housekeeping? Will anyone really believe them if they carry out their threats to tell people that you're a child molester? Hoaxes. One mobber we know opened a case with a that proved to be nothing more. Other hoaxes were that they were working with the FBI to evict you, or that they're traffic cops, and that they're informing to your bosses that your house is burned down, that you killed your cat. Was there really a bankruptcy in your family? Did your father really tell them that they were the black sheep of the family? Like, it's going on and on and on, as long as it scares you out of the property they want. And then they talk about wireless harassment. Highly illegal, but difficult to prove without a serious investigation. The wireless harassment may involve the use of a GPS location to stalk you. They use your cell phone to harass you, follow you in public using stalker applications, other people's cell phones, even if you stop using your own phone. Follow you in public via poorly secured Wi-Fi services in businesses, after businesses are up and down the street, and more. Radio-based harassment. This likely violates the FCC regulation, and it is illegal. This is another form of harassment they expect to be able to get away with, since you can't see it and it leaves few forensic traces. Shortwave radio harassment. This is ideal for the case where the mobbers move next to the property they're being paid to take and disrupt, and they put a denial of service on all forms of communication or entertainment by using your speakers to broadcast their harassment. They use low power or a pirate station to do this. New directional speaker technology can be used to bounce harassment off your speakers without going through the sound system. They can use directional speakers to sound off supply systems in your house, similar to the Twitterers of old-time blockbusting. Wireless receivers receive audio signals using radio waves. This makes it easy for mobbers to pair the use of shortwave radio with wireless speakers just about anywhere you are if they want to frighten you out of your home enough to stalk you, and they usually do. So this is what they disconnect my Wi-Fi.
So how's everybody doing tonight?
Alex, how you doing, Alex?
Hello, Mr. Frank.
What's happening?
Just trying to break the ice and, I don't know, get people talking.
It's nice to hear you again.
Oh, thank you.
Well, the article's online. Anybody can go and read it.
Okay, that's fantastic. Can you can you give us a link?
Yes, it's renterharassment.com.
Renterharassment.com. All right.
Yes, www.renterharassment.com. And it's a black and white article, and there are several headings at the top. And if you click on real estate mobbing and tools of the trade, you'll get a lot of useful information that really applies to everything that we're experiencing. So it's not just about real estate. It's about the techniques that they use to isolate you and harass you.
Thank you so much for your help. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And now if anybody has questions, comments, I can mute myself now.
Yeah.
With your endeavors.
Does anyone have any questions for Lorraine? I'm sure she'll be.
Hey, Frank.
Yes. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, Frank. Yeah, I did have a question because I got on the call late, regrettably, very regrettably, because I think Lorraine's case is one of the most dramatic with regard to the vandalism and the property damage.
I agree.
Yes.
I wanted to ask Lorraine if she could once again say what, or if she did indeed say, or if she's comfortable doing this or think this is legally sound, to give an approximate or estimated figure of how much damage has been done.
I'm going to say
tens of thousands.
Last year it was about 150,000. Now I'm inching up to $300,000.
Yeah.
Is Linda still?
And that's my house, my property, the trees, my antiques, my clothing, my furniture. That does not include my car, what they did to my car, or the fact that they murdered my cats.
I was getting ready to say that. Your cats.
They murdered my cats, and what they've physically done to my body.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, I sent Frank some photos.
God.
I mean, I woke up with an X etched on my stomach.
Oh my God.
The true God on Sept.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I'm going to thank. There's one TI. And I didn't do it today, but she sent me something after she heard what's going on to me. She sent me a prayer for release for Masons and their descendants, and it goes through. I mean, it's like 5 pages long, and I recited it yesterday and the day before, and it goes into great detail the degrees of Masonry and what is attributed to it, and I can see. In here, that the phallic symbols that they've placed around my property is attributed to a certain Freemasonry degree, and that they love to use urine to mark things.
I can't fucking get unmuted.
Why are you screaming like that?
So this is what these pigs do. These satanic cult worshipers that worship urine, and they pour it. They've been pouring it all over my house and inside my oven and in my stove because they're despicable. These are despicable, just despicable people.
Yeah, they're pigs. Melissa, Lorraine, you know Melissa Black, Dr. Melissa Black?
I do. I've not. You know what? I've not spoken with her.
Okay. I get on the calls every morning now. It's Monday through Friday at 6:30. I want you to get on if you're on up one morning, and so she could pray for you in your house. She prays all through the service a lot, so I want her to pray for you.
I really appreciate that. I'm just like waking up around that time.
Okay.
So,
okay. Can you do it Wednesday at 8?
At 8?
Or Saturday at 6?
At 6 on Saturday? Oh,
6 in the evening.
Oh, yes.
8 in the evening. Yeah, 8 in the evening on Wednesday. 8 in the evening on Wednesday, 6 in the evening on Saturday, and the other one's morning, but you can do the evenings.
At 6 p.m. I'm gonna write it down for 6 p.m. Saturday.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell her tomorrow when I get on the call with her that I'm gonna have.
Could you send me, like, you have my email? Can you send me like the call-in number?
Yeah, I sure will. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Because I'm just blown away. You spending too much money on this. This is just too much.
It's ridiculous, but I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say it out loud. I know who's behind this, and I've had a couple of people in our community help me figure out, and the woman who's behind this, one of them, she spent so much money, and she's going to be out of money soon. And the people that she owes money to are going to be going after her. So there's going to be some divine karma coming back to that. I'm not going to say it on the air. This is a woman who's jealous, envious, and I'm not the first person she's done this to. I'm not the first, but I'm probably going to be the last because she's going to be out of money. And she's going to be out of a job soon, too.
Frank, are you able to ask Lorraine a question?
Sure, go right ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Lorraine, if there's anyone listening who doesn't understand what these people do that is covert, and I don't want to scare anyone, could you explain a little bit just about, for example, when you go to sleep, but just a little bit so they understand, but it doesn't frighten them too much?
Okay,
Thanks.
you know, when I started in this, I would listen to what other people were saying about the things that were happening to them. And at that time, I didn't sense that it was happening to me, other than I knew they were putting me to sleep. I would go from being completely awake, not tired, to being completely asleep, and then waking up. It could be 40 minutes later, it could be 2 hours later, and I had no idea what happened. When I go to sleep at night, you know, I don't sleep for long, maybe 4 hours. That's it. But I have woken up with etchings on my body, scratches all over, and I'm a back sleeper. I've been radiated. My toes had blisters on them a few months ago, swollen, red, shiny, blistered. They put black goo all over my property. I'm a gardener. I believe that my hands have been infected by them. So I've been doing like a lot of detoxes because the nail is separating from the nail bed, and that's never happened to me before. Like my, you know, and I've developed, you know, like on the bottom of my feet, calluses that I never had before. And like Connie, you know, in Connecticut says that, you know, it's like, you know, what they're putting in all of our houses and stuff. But I sent Frank some pictures. I mean, they cracked one of my teeth. You can actually see the tooth.
How do you maintain to be unconscious while they're doing this?
I'm going to tell you that one morning I woke up, I had a needle mark on my arm. And I wanted to preface before the call, I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink alcohol. I don't even take an aspirin. I don't take pharmaceutical drugs or any drugs at all. I don't smoke marijuana. I don't drink soda. I don't eat meat. I eat organic food. I woke up on my arm. I've got a photo of it. I had a friend witness it, and somebody injected me with something. I also have very high levels of nicotine in my blood, and I don't smoke cigarettes. My mother hired a security consultant last year. At that time, I didn't have a word for what was happening to me. I just thought it was like real estate mobbing. I didn't know that my body was being affected. And they told me, they wouldn't talk in my house. We spoke outside. And the guy pulled me aside. He says, there's something you need to look out for. Because I told him that I felt like my food was being poisoned. They've been in my refrigerator. They've taken food out and stuck them in the pantry, food that should be refrigerated. They've stuck in my pantry. They've torn the safety seal off of, like, you know, my almond milk and left it in the closet. They've rotted my organic fruit, you know, things like that.
Since you have damages of hundreds of thousands of dollars to your property, have a security system like
yes, they have hacked every security system I installed, and I have proof that 4 hours, only when I'm sleeping or when I'm out, I have proof that, like, my security cameras will show me leaving, but then I don't have photos of me returning because they're not turning my system back on again until I'm essentially in the house. There's a lag time. There's always a lag time. And then they start distorting the photos. There are some photos on my computer of my furniture, you know, proof that they have completely blurred. I know that these photos were clear, become blurred. And they are completely destroying my evidence that way. So, you know, this is a very, whatever they're doing, they're spending a lot of money on me.
What's the point of spending all that money for just
this is a revenge crime. It's revenge. A perceived slight. But I think it's more than that.
Lorraine,
Yes.
targeting is very, very similar to mine, and mine is not a revenge, but you and I have a lot in common. There's something I heard you say tonight that I'd like to discuss with you. Contact me, and just remind me that it's about your roof. And I also I ordered some Mylar blankets, like a package with 5 in there. And the package, when I got it, the package was open, and they had urinated all in it.
Yes, they do that.
On my body, and I have an aversion to needles. Like, but definite, like on the back of my arm, the first one I found, because I felt like I had a bruise, until when I went to look at it, there was a distinct needle mark in it. I'm very fair, so that stuff shows up on me really well.
Yes. They do this when you're sleeping.
Lorraine?
They creep in your house.
That's the hardest part right there, is that not knowing what's being done to you when you're sleeping. Can't even be safe when you sleep in your own home. Like, that's hard.
Yes. Yes, and what I notice also, I've made it a habit now of staying awake all night long, like not sleeping.
Sometimes, and I still have to, I function on 4 or less hours of sleep for sure.
Yes, and then nothing happens. So, I mean, I will say to targeted people out there, like, living alone is really hard, because if there are 2 people, at least somebody can keep an eye on it. You're less likely to have this stuff happen.
Lorraine, this is Kim, and I'm going to give my information to Frank. And if you can contact me, I have very, very similar things that have happened. And my trees, I've had almost all my trees on my property have come down except for one so far. I just had a bush that was given to me after my mother passed. I had planted it. It just went down last weekend, and I mean it's total. I've had vandalism. Almost everything that you're saying. I've had.
Have you filed any insurance claims?
No, and the reason I didn't is, but I'm fixing to. I in the beginning didn't go to the police because I was afraid that they'd put me in the psych facility, and but now I have gone to them 3 times. They will not file a report, and I've gone to the FBI. Yeah, and I've gone to the FBI twice. And when I went to go show them the police the pictures of the vandalism, the same thing happened to the photos that you were talking about, and you couldn't see the vandalism and stuff. And they just kept saying, "Well, you have no proof. You have no proof." But the FBI now, this is they told me this the first time I went. I told him about all this stuff, and he just said, "Well, you don't have any proof." And I said, I do, though. I said, it's just little tiny bits that add up.
May I interject something?
And then
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you. This is Frank. I just wanted to ask you if just circumvent all that. You can go right to your insurance company and just have your insurance company come down, look at it, let them assign a value to the damages, assess it, and cut you a check and put it all back together again, and maybe with a hotter security system this time. That's the only thing I can think of, and I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I normally don't do that.
Oh, that's okay. I'm happy you said that. I thought you had to have a police report first.
No, you don't.
Before you.
No, you don't. Have them come down and just say you have told the police about it. Okay, here's the damage. All right, here's the pictorial, which is a new word. It was pictorial, but they changed it to pictorial for some reason. But anyway, have your pictures ready. Show them to your insurance company, and your insurance company will take it from there, and they will forcibly get a report from the police department. Police department will have to come down and look at it.
Okay. What was I say? Anyway, mine goes on, but it's very similar to yours. So, is that okay, Frank? If I give my information to you and you
Sure.
and
Just mail
Frank, it's
to Frank at targetedmassachusetts.org.
And you,
Can I
you can
just
have my
email it?
email address too.
if I can get my. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Because I think the people that are on the call are okay, but so far I have not. I'm going to knock wood somewhere, but I haven't received any junk mail to this account or fake person yet. So it's T.I. Freya, Freya, 2017. EYA.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my cat rescue. Freya's cat
Okay.
rescue. So it's TIF, F as in Frank, REYA 2017 at gmail.com. I'm going to be setting up a Proton mail soon because I heard that it's better to use that. But
Right. Okay. Well, let me give you mine. It's already been hacked, I guess, because my phone and computer and email and all that stuff is not secure, I guess. But anyway, it's B as in brother, U as in umbrella, A as in apple, R as in Ralph, T as in Tom, S as in Sam, B as in brother, at gmail.com.
okay.
So it's really B Straub backwards. So at gmail.com. So
Okay.
and then I had initially signed it up when it was all happening. I was trying to be incognito and put it under my husband's name, but anyway, nothing worked. So I couldn't fool them. But anyway, so that's my Gmail. Not
Okay.
And so yeah, I'd love to talk to you because every time you talk, and I had 2 dogs that were poisoned, 2 Maltese, little Maltese, and I have 1 left, and I'm with her. I mean, I try to never ever leave her alone, and so anyway, it's just been hard, really hard, especially with the pets and all that. So
it would be
anyway,
good to talk on the phone.
I'd love to. Yes. Okay. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Does anyone hear me?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you have damages to your property that, especially your home, your dwelling, okay, they're not going to look at trees or shrubs or lawns or driveways in the same respect that they will look at your home. If there's physical damage inside your home, the police will be required to come down and take pictures of it, or at least take a report. And if the damage is self-evident, they can see it. They have to. The insurance companies will require a report, and they'll send documentation to the police department if necessary. And you can just say, well, the police aren't interested in coming down here and reporting it. So that shows somebody beating on their microphone. Thank you, gotcha. I'm sure they were doing that inadvertently. But yeah, just call your insurance company. That's all.
One of the problems is they try to make it look like it's natural. Like it's
Yes.
like my dishwasher, the chrome. It was scratched. Across that. Which.
Oh, I see.
It looks. I mean, it could look like my wooden floor is scratched up. Well, I had children here. I mean, but it's worse. You know what I mean? It's bad. It's really bad. And then so they'll do things like that. An upholstery will be pulled, almost torn
Yes.
at the seams, but it wasn't that way right just, before I left. But it looks, I don't know. It kind of looks like it could have possibly happened over time, but it didn't,
Yeah.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. Exactly. They have rusted things in my house. I'm the only one that lives here. And, I pretty much renovated everything in the house at this point. And to come in and they rusted all my brass door handles. They picked at them with some kind of a sharp object to cause them to peel.
Be right back.
They chipped it. Right. They chip at enamel. They chip enamel. They scratch my refrigerator. I have X's in my walls. I mean, I've painted over it 2 times already, and you can still see the X's.
We have a pool. Our pool, equipment, the filter and everything is outside, and that's, gets expensive. And they've ruined that. We've had to replace that. It's just everything. Our garbage disposal we just got replaced last week.
Mm-hmm.
They broke that, and so there are things that it's just really it's difficult.
It's very expensive. It's disruptive. And see, the thing is, statistically, and this is the key, it is not possible for this many things to happen in such close proximity. It's just not possible. It's not like you have 20 people living in your house where you're going to get these nicks and bangs. It's not possible. And if you're a careful person like I am, I'm not I weigh 105 pounds. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be banging into walls and making, holes in it or whatever. So it's just not possible. The things that they do, it's not possible. Even with having pets, I've known, my neighbor down the block, they renovated their floors because their dog scratched up their hardwood floors, so they put in tile. But it's not even possible for my pets to do any of this damage. But they want to make it appear as if they did, and it's just not possible. What they've done to my furniture is incredible. And I still find urine in things that they pour urine in things that I never use. And then I'm smelling where's that coming from?
They're disgusting pigs.
It's disgusting. I mean, there was nothing worse than the other day, turning on my oven and it had urine in it. It was disgusting.
Well,
and the thing is, you don't know what kind of urine it is.
Exactly.
Is this human urine?
We don't know anything.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, it actually, sometimes, when it smells like human urine. It doesn't smell like my cat's.
I think it's human because the worst. I mean, I haven't had anything like that happen, but except for I knew I was being monitored, and they were in my backyard during the night. My dogs would come out and smell. They had peed around my patio. Okay, my back patio, and my dogs I could tell, they would be smelling around whose is this, and
yes,
and so it was on the back patio though, but which is nothing like what you had, but but I thought it was just because they didn't have a bathroom and they were back in my backyard trying to spy or do whatever the whole night long, and they had to go pee. But I'm beginning to think it's a ritual.
It is a ritual. There are rituals associated in reading this prayer. I'm so thankful and grateful to this one TI. She doesn't ever want her name used and stuff because she's still working, but grateful that she sent me this prayer. It's several pages long, and it's to invoke this masonry, these cults, to get out of here, in the name of Jesus Christ, in the name of God, in the name of, banishing them. And it goes per degree. and what is involved in each degree. And now I can see, like, in reading this, that they are using that all over my property. So, like, there's a degree in masonry where they use urine. There's a degree in masonry where they celebrate the phallic symbol, and they've created phallic symbols in my trees. It's disgusting.
They carved breasts in my tree in the back, and I'm large-breasted, and I thought that is just so stupid. And then I don't know what it is. And then they showed a cut mark, so I thought, I mean, sometimes I thought they were. But anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. But anyway, they going back to I looked when people had said the Masons. I looked on the website here, the local area, and there were at least 2 in the pictures of the head people, the top, upper people that had been my stalkers. So
really,
of one of them, yes.
Wow.
So I mean, there was a direct relationship there.
These are sick people, let me tell you. And the thing is, like, they use that symbol, like the A, it looks like an A, and then in the middle is the G. And the G is supposed to be for God, but what people don't realize is they don't pray to God, they pray to Lucifer. Satan is their God.
Yep.
So they lure people into their cult. Yeah, they lure people in under the guise of, like, yeah, exactly.
I watched a movie one time, and these guys were coming in and doing ugly things, like what we get. And in the movie, they peed on everything, and it was like we're hip, slick, and cool, and you are nothing. Pee on your stuff. It was like a degrading thing to do, and I think it is human, and I think they're trying to say to us we don't deserve any better.
Well, you know what?
Well, they're acting like animals, marking their territory.
These are animals.
They're lowering themselves to animals and not human beings, because animals mark their territory and pee on things.
And also, you know what? In my yard last year, and this is when one of the times I called the police, there was actually human feces dumped in clumps in my yard. And I have photos of it, and it's on my Facebook page. Gang stalking vandalism patterns. You'd have to go into the albums and scroll down, because I've got several albums set up, and I haven't been in that one for a while. But if you scroll down, and you'll see, like, human poop in my yard. Yeah. It's disgusting.
Yeah, sure is.
Well, I wanted to say you need to watch. I was entered into research. That's where the big money is. Okay, it's from the terror watch list. Frees up tons of money to the local law enforcement and stuff. Just a huge amount, and that's probably the biggest. But the other thing is research. They're not getting your consent, obviously. Human experimentation and research. So you're going to find that if there's needle marks, they could have drawn the same. Or if you go to the doctor, like my tube of my blood last time I got blood taken was lost. Okay, do you really think it was lost? No, it went to this research. So and what Connie had said was, and this is true, when you sign the HIPAA, there's a consent in there for the clearinghouse research to be done. And what you have to realize is everybody's making money but the patient or you. The doctor that puts you in research is making huge amounts of money. The research centers and the researchers are making huge amounts of money. Everybody's making a lot of money, but the patient never gets a dime, okay? And it's their information and possible specimens and everything that are being used. So what you have to do is you have to revoke your HIPAA consent for research and give them to your healthcare people, sign, get the form. You can get it online, and give it to your doctors and hospitals that you've been to and say you know you don't want to. I refuse. I also on the page I'll say I refuse all research, even though that's basically what it says. And I do not give authorization for my PHI, personal health information, to be used for anything other than payment of, the processing of the claim. And that's what I put down on it. And Connie included biologicals and all that. But I mean, basically it's just research. And that is so much money is coming from that as well.
I believe that.
So,
I absolutely believe they're doing that with my gums and my teeth.
Oh yes,
well,
of course.
and
it's all non-consensual. They don't need your consent. I can't even get in on the call. How do I get unmuted?
Oh, I hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, I can hear you.
Because I wanted to make a comment earlier and I couldn't seem to get unmuted when the woman was talking about how they access the information. Our esteemed government, it was quite a number of years ago. I remember I mentioned it in my lawsuit. I can't find the year. The Air Force, I think it was U.S. Air Force Space Command, the Air Force generals, the program is called Total Information Awareness System. The Air Force generals wanted to be able to access family networks, social circles, bank accounts, emails, everything, phones, everything about the person. And they actually used the word about the target. They even have the balls to say that, target. Yeah, that's how they got it, and Congress passed it. They allocated taxpayer funding to do this to us, to get all of our family and social information. That's how they're able to, they learned how to hack computers or emails, every single thing you have that is electronic, or just your family members. They know everything about each of us, every single thing.
Right, what is the name of it again, Total?
It was Total Information Awareness System, and it was, I recall it was Air Force generals, but I'm not sure of the year, and Congress had to have passed it, or they got the funding for it and went through, and they used, like I said, targets, going after targets. Can you imagine? I mean, that was kind of stupid.
I'm wondering too if that protects us. If we say you may not use this information for any purposes.
Doesn't make any difference. This is all non-consensual human experimentation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we tell our doctor we're not going to sign anything like that, would that protect us from his?
No.
Well, just a minute. If we won't agree with that, would we be protected from his?
Yes.
Into some, I think so.
Because of HIPAA.
I think so.
You would be protected in a lawsuit if you ever found out and come back.
Ensure us better services. If they know they can't put I don't know. Works for me.
But it's okay if it's an emergency. They can put you in research, or they can do stuff to they can say, let's say they had this an emergency situation with a heart or something, they can put a heart monitor inside your body without your consent, supposedly, and justify it, supposedly, that they want to keep you safe and get a EMS out there immediately if you have more heart problems. So they can justify things like that, but it should, all the private research, like with the universities and stuff, it should stop a lot of that, okay? It should, if they're going by the law, but not military. See, military, I called, what happened is things decreased a little bit after that, and I also redressed. I put a redress through the DHS and got that finalized. I thought things might have just lightened up a little bit, but then I think the military is doing research and testing on me as well. And so then I've started to call the DOD, try to get in touch with the DOD hotline and Inspector General to tell them that I'm being tested.
Go ahead.
I'm being tested and I wanted to stop that.
Linda, you're going to have to unmute. and anyone else who was speaking, because we've got some nasty perp type noise going on.
Hi, could I?
So anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Here I am.
Okay.
I just think that if you go in and you tell them there's no information is to be released to anybody except my insurance company, that they would, at least you'd be a step ahead of the game. You know, at least you're totally. You know, they might catch on that you know what's going on, and you're making it real clear that nothing is to be shared. I don't know. I think it would be a good idea to try it anyway.
Well, my whole thing was to stop the money from the incentive for them to be abusing me, and that's the thing is file a redress with DHS to get the terror watch list funds stopped, okay, and that's the process. And then the research from the private or university stuff, and then I would just take it one step at a time and try to do stop the funding. Best you can.
Yeah. Lorraine, when I very first moved into my house in Cambridge, beautiful home, about a week later when I came home, I saw that the coping around the floor looked a little bit off. And I went over there to look at what was going on over there, and they had peed the entire length of that wall. You know, it's disgusting. And when you talk about them peeing in your house, it brings that memory back. It's just so, I think it's to degrade us. I don't know. But thanks for sharing that.
Just Mary from
And also,
thank you, Linda.
Hello?
Thank you, Linda. I was just saying.
Thank you. Welcome.
Law enforcement and military many times are join the Masons. I think that they probably get them as soon as they get into the law enforcement or something. They recruit them. I believe a lot of them are. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm assuming that.
I think that's true in many cases. Didn't Patrick have something to say earlier? I think
yes,
it was
he just
interrupted.
did. Yes, he just did. Patrick, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say two things. This is a small clarification, but I do think people should look it up. One of the women mentioned in awareness. It had first started off as, it was something before that, and it was the admiral behind it. This is a small detail, but it was Admiral John Poindexter, who was working for the DOD at the time, and he was Navy admiral, and that was instituted in place in 2003. But yeah, just quickly, I too have had the urine. I came home one night, and there were puddles all over my upstairs on the wall-to-wall carpeting, and puddles. I've been working with animals much of my life, and this was nothing like that. These were about 15 to 20 puddles, and then by little spots. So it was either one person with an amazingly full bladder, or at least a couple of people. But really quick, too, the other thing that Lorraine, you were mentioning, and we've spoken about this in the past, and it's applicable to work, and that there is a growing body of literature regarding mobbing, and there's a book. There are two researchers. If anyone's writing this down or would like to know if they're having this, if they're being harassed at work, it's called Mobbing: Causes, Consequences, and Solutions by Len Sperry coffee. That may have been too fast for anyone if they wanted that.
I've got it here. Yeah, it's like $71. Let's see. You might be able to get. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, it's. Well, you can buy one used for $38, or new. There's only one left on Amazon. It's $71. This looks like it could be a textbook. Yeah, this, sometimes textbooks are like that.
Yeah, they are. I believe they are researchers, PhDs. I don't know if you can see that or not. And this is just one article that just gives you a sense. And I'm always reluctant to share this because I don't want to prevent or discourage people from getting alarm systems, because sometimes, depending on the skill level of the people coming into your home, they may help out, and they may, a change of a lock may help. It may make the difference between them being able to come in or not. But there's an article in PC World, and it's entitled, "Is Your Drop Cam Live Feed Being Watched by Someone Else?" And it, in addition to the fact that they're easily just turned off by a simple cellular jammer, if someone turns them off with a cellular jammer, and then they can pluck a little thing from the back of your drop cam cameras, and that gives someone with a fairly sophisticated level of hacking the ability to actually take over your drop cam stream so that they are watching you. And it is disconcerting. And in my case, when I had my drop cams sent to me, they went to a man. I live at 4205 on a street, and this man got my drop cams. But at the time, I didn't think much of it. He's about my age, and his elderly mom called me a few days after they had arrived and said, "I have your."
What?
I have a package here for you. But my point is, at that point, the physical cameras could have been accessed.
Yes, they probably were.
Yeah, and what's been interesting too is subsequent important things that he's even signed for items, including those drop cams. So he signs for them, and then he leaves, and then his elderly mom, who really has absolutely no idea what's going on. She's a nice woman. She calls, and he, of course, is never there. The police won't follow up. But the other thing too is there was an article about. I know these are good locks, and they supposedly tried to address this, but I think it was like in 2012 or something. These security analysts were able to, with a copier, and then an X-Acto knife and credit cards, they were able to pick Medico locks. So
yeah, that's not good.
I'm trying to see.
What is that?
I don't know. It sounds like a baby kitten or something. I'm in distress.
Well, Patrick, there's one of those mobbing books is on eBay for $42. There's another one for $96. There's one new one left on Amazon, and then there are a bunch of older books starting at $38 for that mobbing book.
I have one.
Wow. So I think what you said makes sense. That it's probably a textbook to be able to remain so expensive. But I also like to think perhaps that there's enough of a need them maybe outside, but yeah, it's probably more like the academic thing.
Yeah, this is probably like a social sciences class. Oh, well, wait a minute. Wait, you know, when on Amazon, when you scroll down, it shows the books that customers who viewed this item also viewed. And there's one, Overcoming Mobbing, a recovery guide for workplace aggression. That's $25. Then there's another one, Mobbed, what to do when they're really out to get you. It's $15. Then there's another one, Mobbing, emotional abuse in the American workplace. These are mostly bullying at work, you know, bullying and mobbing in the United States. There's another one. And then Bully at Work, it's called, What You Can Do to Stop the Hurt and Reclaim Your Life. So there, you know, are numerous books out there on workplace mobbing. But workplace mobbing tends to carry over. I mean, bullying, like at school, tends to carry over after school.
Yeah, there was a professor who wrote about, I think it's Kenneth something. He wrote about, I think it was, is it Jiverly Wong? He wrote about mobbing outside of the workplace. I guess that's probably the best way to put it. So yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I'm not trying to change our whole verbiage, but when speaking with the police or speaking to the neighbors who are credible, they may understand mobbing and like you said, Lorraine, bullying too. That that this is adult bullying, and interestingly, in my complex, the adults who participate, their children also participate. So they're passing down all the mobbing and bullying.
Oh, absolutely.
Unlike the playground, though, you can't knock the bully out.
Well, you know what happened here in New Jersey recently? There was a boy. You know, I forget how old he was, 10, 12, or whatever. He was being bullied, and he stood up to his aggressors, and they killed him.
Oh, I heard that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that too. It's not even funny. But I'm looking online here, and there is Talent Management Strategy by Dorothy Dalton. It's https dorothydalton.com, and she writes about mobbing in the workplace, but also what happens when it's after work. And then she writes here, mobbing is emotional abuse by stealth in an organization or community. So it's not only ganging up by work superiors and subordinates in the workplace. It's through rumor, innuendo, intimidation, humiliation, isolation, undermining, and it results in a negative impact on the target's emotional, psychological, and physical well-being, is generally malicious. It says generally malicious, non-sexual, and non-racial general harassment. It's not isolated, and it's not typical of a disagreement that arises in offices that usually can be moderated. It's always visible. It's always about being rude and shouting. It is a sustained war of attrition on the target with a focus on a specific vulnerability to generate malaise and conflict. It can be the employer on an employee, a coworker on a coworker, a subordinate on a superior. There goes that person again. And then there's always the ringleader. So it's like they say they've got a ringleader, and then they've got the bystander syndrome, where people just kind of join in and do nothing. Case studies here. So the thing is, like in the state of New Jersey, we actually have an anti-bullying law. We have a law in our state. Yeah. But, you know, we're all just really hypocritical. Like our local CERT program developed a T-shirt. I bought one, $30. Be a buddy, not a bully. So, like the whole town, the whole hypocritical. Be a buddy, not a bully. We've got an anti-bullying law, but meanwhile, we've got community, you know, the citizens on patrol that go and bully 60-year-old women. And I keep saying, I'll say it to myself, like these men, they're sexually frustrated. They're not getting something at home. They got to stalk women.
What are they trying to do? Make a lot of money and scare people?
Got him.
Yeah, you've got that perp in the background.
I got him.
And you know what? Like a few of us have decided we're not going to call them perps. We're just going to really are. They're murderers. They're criminals and they're murderers.
It's become
they're premeditated murderers. Conspiracy.
Really scary, and you know, just listening to it.
Can anyone hear me?
Oh, are you new to the community?
Hello?
We're here.
Oh, hi, this is Mary. Yeah, I couldn't get on earlier. Hi, Lorraine. A lot of what you were saying is true with me, too. I have come home and have had, you know, go up to my front door and have that urine smell, or in my car. I did wake up to a rubber band around my arm, two needle marks. I mean,
my goodness.
The rubber band was there so that it made a red mark. You know what I mean? They left it. I don't know what they did, but it was kind of like, you know, what do you do with that? You know, what do you do?
Photograph it.
And I didn't have a camera. I didn't have health insurance, you know, so I didn't know what to do with it, but I didn't put there. A lot of the house damage that you speak of, it goes on with me. They dug holes in the floor. It's like they twist the knobs on cabinets so that, you know, it makes holes where the knobs are. I mean, you name it. You know, poured something on my basement floor that doesn't, it never dry. I don't know if it's polyurethane or whatever, but yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of the things that you were speaking of. I get mobbed outside on a daily basis. At least something happens to me once a day. They have done things to my animals. You know, one of them, they took one of my cats needed 2 units of blood. I mean, the cat was almost dead, and I brought him to the animal. I brought him to the animal hospital. He needed 2 units of blood. You know, and another one, they must have put cotton in a capsule and stuffed it down her throat, and she couldn't poop. Yeah, she couldn't.
Oh my
poop,
goodness!
So it clogged up her intestines, and when she finally went, I mean, I went to the vet, and we had, you know, we went through a procedure of giving her some medications and things, and I made her keep walking because I wanted it to get through her system. And when she finally pooped, there's a little cotton ball wrapped in it. It was shaped like a capsule.
Unbelievable. These people, these sick people.
And then I have one of those portable plug-in heaters, and every time that it clicks on, the cat jumps. Like it's almost like, is this cat being electrocuted when I'm not here? Because it seems
I
like
think that they've used a laser, because they've damaged my cat's eyes, where the eyes, like the third eye, will be showing swollen. There was another instance. One of my cats developed, like above each eye, like where the eyebrow would be. It looked like it was burned away. as if they did something to the eyebrow. And Dr. Hildy, about my cats, and that 2 would die at a time. And she seemed to believe that they were being experimented on.
Yeah.
Just the way we are. I mean, it's not enough to torture us through our pets, but they're experimenting on them at the same time.
Yeah. One night they did something to me, and they did something to the female cat at the same time, so we both screamed at the same time. And it was like I was in the other room, and when I screamed and I heard her scream in the other room, I said that was weird. That was real weird for it to happen to both of us at the same time in 2 separate rooms.
Yeah, it's like a game. These are gamers. Yeah. These are sick individuals.
It's like I don't want to think of my kids or my pets and think of them being experimented on anyway, but it's just really sad to even think that someone has the mentality to do something like that to any living creature.
Yes.
Scary. But they do.
And
they don't.
Not to be gruesome, but if you go to my other Facebook page I created for, the pets that they murdered, and anybody who has a pet that they want to remember, it's called Targeted Pets. It's on Facebook. And don't be alarmed. I mean, there is one really gruesome photo, the eyeball out of one of my cats.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, it's yeah.
I think
so when they do that, with the eye, that's the Freemasons.
Really? What is it?
The all-seeing eye.
Okay.
That's what they do.
Hmm.
But sometimes to do this gruesome stuff, they just hire regular criminals.
Yeah. I believe that. That's for sure. I mean, you're talking about all your antiques and everything, and I mean, it's like the car, my vehicle. I mean, it's like they're doing things. They let the air out of the car. I've had work done on another vehicle. I had the muffler done. They took it apart. They left the door open, let the battery die, kept the hood open. They popped my hood last week, but it didn't undo the latch.
Oh.
So if I was driving down the street, the hood would have went up flying. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no. Yeah. That could have been real. That could have caused you an accident.
You better believe it. Yeah. This was just last week. So that happened, and someone had brought it to my attention, and they says, "Well, check out your hood," And then then he says, "Open up the hood, let me see inside," and he says, "You're going to have to get another battery too, because it looks like your battery's going." But that's probably a common occurrence. But I think they put something. He said that they had like scratch marks on the bumper of the vehicle, and I showed this person who knew about cars, and he said it looks like they poured acid on there and then scratched it. So there's like a whole, it looks like the size of a piece of bologna, and all it went through all of the paint. So I'm going to have to repair that, but it's like I get the vehicle repaired and they undo it.
And they do it, exactly.
Yeah. The latest on my house, I mean, it's like my roof, the gutters, it's like they did things to my roof. I was going to get the roof fixed. I haven't yet because I don't have the money. I needed it for a living. I had some roof money, but I couldn't get a job, so I needed to use some of that. So
yeah.
The roof was fixed. But now because the tarp was up on there, then it's covering the gutters, and so now they're chiseling the foot plate at the door, so that when it rains, then the water goes down there and it's going into the house.
That's what they do. That's exactly what they do.
I got 3 different notices from 3 different people, 2 of them were organizations that they wanted to buy my house. The latest one was from one of my new neighbors down the street that live in the new colonial section, that wrote me a letter saying that he's not a real estate agent, although when I checked the company that he works for, it's a real estate company. He wants to buy my house. He wants to buy my house as is cash. All I have to do is get the lawyer. And then I didn't respond because I'm not interested in selling my house to him. And then he sent me another one. I noticed the tarp is coming off the house. I'd like to put it on for free,
because he wants my house, and he wants to get up there and analyze to see how much he can get it for, how much of a discount, but he's not getting my house, period.
Yeah, well, that's another thing that they do. They want to depreciate the value of your house, and then they'll do something like what just happened. They'll send somebody in, I'll buy your house, but well, wait a minute, you have this wrong, that wrong.
Exactly.
They're the ones that inflicted the damage, and they want to cut, $50,000 or $100,000 off your house.
Well, he doesn't realize I know a whole lot more about real estate than he thinks that I do. So.
Yeah.
It's unreal. All the things that you were saying about that, and I get, the cars that are parked at an angle.
Yes.
I got that. That happens like routinely. Or they'll wait until I get in my vehicle. There'll be someone parked near my car with their headlights on. Even if I park way at the other end of the driveway, there's someone sitting there with headlights on. As soon as I get in my car, and close the door, they leave. I just got a ticket the other day. It wasn't a cop in a cop car. Yep. Now it was a man.
Well, then that means you don't have to pay it.
it's a orange ticket. You know what I mean? But he got in my car. It's like, how did you get in my car? Because my car smelled like gas. And I'm driving. I left after because I go to a food bank, and I came out of the food bank with my food, and there's someone putting an orange ticket on my car and taking a picture of it. And I said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And he says, "You know what I'm doing." And I said, I can't afford another bill. I don't have money to pay the bills. So anyway, then I see him, do that, and then he walks over to a gray car, gets in it, and drives away. I mean, it was a black guy.
That's weird.
No uniform, nothing. And he gets in his car, which I wrote down his license plate, and I wrote it on the front of the ticket that he just put on my car too.
Well, you know what? That's a fake ticket. They probably want you to mail in the money, and there's probably an address on there that has nothing to do with the courthouse or the police department.
I had no idea, but there was it was like a badge number or whatever that was on the ticket. But not only that, I had gone to the bank drive-up window one time, and nobody was coming to the window. Purposely. Nobody was coming to the window. And then I think I beat my horn, and all of a sudden, like one of the customer service guys came out to the drive-up window, and he practically laid on my windshield, and it was
really?
right over the ID number is for the car. And it's like I'm saying to myself, I think he's taking a picture of my ID over there, because he
probably was.
So he was spread out on the window. This was very odd behavior for someone who works at a bank to come to the drive-up window, and he laid across half of the windshield. So that's what I'm thinking. So I took a piece of paper and I put it over the ID. You know what I'm saying? That VIN number. So yeah, it was when I had gone Tuesday, and I came out with my food, and there's the guy, and then so he left. I wrote his number plate down. I put it on the front of the ticket, and I get in my car, and I'm driving. I'm saying, "Oh, this smells like gas in here. It really smells like gas." And then I'm thinking later on that I think that was a mechanic from some garage, and I sent a thing to Frank too, because it's like I wasn't even in there for a half hour, because I was the last one, and I didn't think I was going to make it because I was late. I wasn't even in the food bank for like a half hour. And
it doesn't matter. All it takes is 5 minutes. Not even.
Please let me talk. I can feel something. They're trying to do something right now, and the other person in the house went out. And I just want this to stop. What are we going to do? Oh, my goodness.
It's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah.
It's sad.
In response to that, I wanted to ask something. Now, I'm not suggesting that this will end it, but I don't know, Lorraine, if you mentioned the letter that you wrote to the ACLU, because you've gotten, or for everyone else, Lorraine has gotten what from my perspective, the most detailed response from the ACLU. And I don't, I was wondering if you might be able to sort of go into that, or.
I don't mind reading it. I don't know if somebody else has something really urgent to say.
Well,
because the woman who just spoke seems very upset.
Yeah, they're doing something electronically, and the other person in my household has finally acknowledged that he thinks I am getting electronically assaulted. So,
like right this minute?
Yes, right this minute.
So, can you get a towel and wet it and put it on your head or wherever you're being hurt?
I guess so, yeah. The last few days I felt really sluggish and I haven't been able to do much, but yeah, I can.
If the water seems to help, like if you're in the, sometimes it feels less, like when your hair is wet. I mean, I know I do. I feel better when I'm in the shower. I feel better when I'm outside. I mean, I feel when I'm in the house, like I feel them pulsating my gums and my teeth.
Oh gosh.
I feel them pulsating my back.
Yeah, around 3 in the morning, I felt something go down me from the center of me right down to my feet, and it was terrible. You know, and I don't know.
I had to move all of the common places that I sat and laid down, so I don't sit in the same place all the time.
Yeah.
So I mean, when I coughed, I moved everything.
Concerning the pet abuses, you mentioned that you have a website to where a person can post pictures of animals that have been abused.
Yes, it's a Facebook page. It's called Targeted Pets.
Okay.
If for some reason you're not able to post a photo, because I mean I left it where anybody can post anything.
Okay.
I just
so
like
all I ask is if you post a photo of your pet, like put your pet's name if you want to, and what state you live in, and what if you want to share what was done to your pet, because I'm going to at some point draft a letter to PETA. I'm going to direct them to that website, the Facebook page, and I'm going to outline exactly what happened to my pets and who I think is involved.
Okay. Yes, you had mentioned that one of the eyes has been, eliminated or lost, and I did have a pet to where the eye was just completely blown up. I mean, it was a little toy poodle. That was a very dear member of my family, and that is not acceptable. I mean, that was really.
They're doing really, really horrible things to pets. They're hurting them like, I have a lot because I have a rescue. I could be at my computer doing work and suddenly cats are coughing, like hacking, like they can't breathe. They're hacking. I had another cat just a week or so ago. Again, I'm on my computer and she's asleep, and suddenly she wakes up, like has this howl and vomits. She's dead asleep, howl, vomits, and I look at her and she's like panting. Her pupils are totally dilated. And it's like she didn't know what was going on with her. So I just held her, and like it took about 20 minutes for her to kind of regain like her normalcy. They seem to create like breathing problems.
Right. So that I would have a cat that would come running up to me and, real happy to see me. And next thing I know, it stops about midway across the yard and then completely jumps straight up in the air like it's
it's been struck with something, you know.
Yeah, they're probably directing like a laser or some energy weapon at them, like a zapper, you know.
Frequency. They send in the frequency. They do it to the birds out to me. When I'm walking to the bus stop every day, they send birds to me every day. They sent that frequency to your cat to jump up like that. Yeah. And I wanted to say to the lady, that's getting electrocuted, if she don't have any magnet metal, or sending them shock waves or whatever they sending, to grab some metal, anything metal she got in her house.
Yeah.
Cooking pans, like Teflon pans.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a cookie sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah, use some cookie sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, cookie sheets work.
Grab some metal, hold some nails or batteries or something in your hand, squeeze it real tight, and or put some aluminum foil or mylar or anything when they're doing that to you. Get something that you can use now until you can get to something.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, if they're getting your hands or anything, you know, cooking, you know, baking mitts, they have some kind of like aluminum lining in them or around them, you know, so that your hands don't get too hot when you're in the oven, you know, pulling a pan out of the oven. But you could use those on your hands.
Yeah, the silicone ones too, I think. They say.
There are silicone ones too.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah,
and they also sell silicone gel mats. Silicone gel mats. I bought a bunch of them on eBay, and the cats really like them. But I also have them on my bed, like under my sheets. Silicone mats.
You have the silicone gel on your bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got because they were like getting my feet, so I've got them at the foot of my bed. You know, what happens is, you know, when you're sleeping, they move around, so sometimes one ends up on the floor or ends up moving, but it keeps your feet cool. It's a cooling agent.
I got like six baking sheets. The cookie sheets sleep with me every night, and three or four ice packs. Those gel packs. I got
those. Those Cairo packs.
They sleep with me. They sleep with me every night too.
I'm gonna have to get everything ready, I guess.
And what about the ringing and the excessive ringing in the ears?
Take some olive oil on a cotton ball and stick it in your ear.
Or castor oil.
I know that I experienced about 24 times of the popping, the loud. It felt like it sounded like my ear was exploding, and it was in succession of about every 30 seconds. 24 times. That would be sonic, wouldn't it?
You're gonna have to listen to binaural beats. You have to put something on it, put some headphones on, and turn on binaural beats or something.
Yeah, those are good.
Real good.
And regard to
get Dave Case's
what you call electronic assault. Right?
What she says?
I swear by Dave Case's CD myself.
I listened before bed.
Yeah, the brand new one is very good because I think it's got 60 or 70 tracks. I'm trying to think how many tracks it has.
54. 54.
54. Okay, they're real short. The first one's long, and I think the last one is too. But the other ones are short little excerpts, like from the other CD, and it seems to be very effective for me.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. Mark, out of
Mark.
Folsom City, Fort Worth. Yeah, hi, everyone. That CD that Case has.
Yes.
It's that shrieking and screaming sounds.
Yes, yes, it is.
I tried it, and it just is so annoying.
Yeah, but
I couldn't.
You got to turn
You
it
gotta
down.
you gotta get used
I'm
to
sorry.
it.
You got to get used to it. That's something I don't want to get used to.
Then you try the
It's
binaural beats. There's a guy named Anthony
there
Summer
are other.
on YouTube.
It's like music. It's
Yes.
music, and then the sound of waves rushing in and out, and waterfall sounds and music, and it worked for me.
Oh, well, use
It
that.
was more rhythmic. It sounded like the rhythm of the earth, not the screaming, shrieking coming at me. You know. Wow.
You know, there's some other music on YouTube that's really nice also. If you listen to the Native American music, they have these beautiful flute.
Yes.
Flute and the drums, and it's very earthy and soothing.
Yes.
Yeah, I found pink noise is very effective because it covers the entire sound spectrum, and it actually fills up your bandwidth, if you will. And you can hear the V2K fumbling around inside the pink noise, but they're really not able to do a heck of a lot. And immediately you'll feel yourself relax.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah,
Pink
just
noise.
go on to YouTube and it's pink noise 10 hours. Or I think it's listed as 10 hours of pink noise. Yeah, I've listened to that all night too. Works well.
Sounds good.
10 hours, that's wonderful.
Oh yeah, of course, it takes you right through your sleep period.
I wish I could sleep 10 hours.
Yeah. Earlier.
The most I can sleep at a time is 4 hours.
4 hours,
Earlier,
that's
you guys were talking about the silicone around the feet.
Yes.
Tell me more about that, please.
Oh, I've been experimenting with all different kinds of gel mats and silicone mats. And I also bought a water pillow. I highly, highly recommend the water pillow. And like my cats fight over who's going to sleep on my water pillow. I love the water pillow. I want to get another one. It's about $38. Oh, it's called Metaflow. DIFLOW. Just type it in the search engine. I bought mine. I think I got it on Amazon. I'm going to type it in right now. Let me see.
The water pillow you got on Amazon?
I'll tell you 1 second where I got it. Let's see. Oh my God, I love this pillow. I just love this pillow. It's Metaflow, premium water flow, back and neck support. They've got a travel one, but it costs about $45. It's the best thing I ever bought. I mean, I've spent so much money on shielding, but I love this pillow. I just love the pillow. You fill it with water. It's good for your head. Yeah, it's really good for your head, for shielding, because, if you're getting hit, you're less when you're around water. So besides the fact that it's so comfortable, it's filled with water. Then under that, I've got a silicone mat. I bought the silicone mat on Amazon. What they are is they're, if you Google like pet mats, silicone pet mats, like where you put pet food bowls on top of them. But they come in all different colors and stuff. So I've got one under my pillow. I've got them under my sheets. I have them in my cat beds, for my cats, like underneath. It keeps them cool. And if they get hit, at least they've got some silicone underneath them. They're very comfortable. They're soft. Like unlike the baking sheets and the cookie sheets and stuff, those are hard. Like I went to sleep with one of those once. It was so uncomfortable. I also bought the Linkstat, the rubber thing, like a thick one, and I cover that across the top of my body, a back sleeper.
So I cover it on top of my body, and it's covered with a copper sheet. And I just throw that across my body, and then I have
Does it help
what do you call
you?
it? I think it helps. I mean, I think that the link stat helps. And
has Neil discontinued the sales of the link stat?
I think he buys it in bulk.
Oh, okay, he's still selling.
I think he's still selling it.
Okay.
I mean, I could check the website. Let me see. 1 second. Citizen. Okay, here. Let me get his website here. See.
You know, I'm older and it's harder for me to fight them off, you know, but I'm just going to have to, you know, I'm not going to give them the whatever. But I don't have the income that I used to have, so I can't afford all these things. I just have to work with what I have. So
But you can work with things that are in your house too, and cardboard. You know, cardboard's good too. Like a cardboard box, you can tear it up and you can put that underneath your sheets. The cats love like being in cardboard, and cardboard helps to shield them.
Good. Okay, well that's good.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time getting to Neil's website here. It's just yeah, it's like going round and around and around here. I don't know why. Let's see. I'm going to try it again.
Electronic or electric rose?
Citizens like Against Harmful Technology.
Oh.
Oh, there it goes. But why I'm not like it's going around and around. Like I see it. I see the website, and now I'm not getting to it for some reason.
Isn't that what normally happens?
Well, no. I mean, normally I can just get right to it. I don't know what's going on.
Whenever I go from site to site, I get that circle.
Yeah, I got the circle going on here.
Well, I get that circle for hours. I can't get in online chats.
Really?
Closed out for months. Recently, just was closed out of a primetime one that a few weeks in a row.
Yeah, it's not allowing me to get into his page here. This is ridiculous. Establishing secure connection. Not going anywhere.
I'm trying. It won't let me either.
You can't get in either?
Nope.
Oh.
I wonder if they're blocking his website or something.
Oh, of course. You know they are.
Yeah, I like his website.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah, so they're blocking the flow of information that could help people in the community, but also with regard to kind of like the underlying theory, they're breaking up the process of sort of normal stimuli and having a constructive experience, which helps us get out of that traumatized post.
I got in.
Yeah, like this has never happened to me before in looking at his website.
Mine was slow, but I'm in it now.
They're actually blocking e-commerce as well, because if you're intending to buy Linkstat from Neil, they are blocking e-commerce, and that's illegal. Any kind of tampering with your computer or a website is illegal. And I will remind you once again that the FBI has a site just for hackers, and it's a division. It's IC3, but you can Google.
Well, I did actually go through the process once with the FBI because the hacking was so severe.
I did too.
Yeah. Had nothing.
Well, I will tell you one thing: the hacking stopped.
Oh, mine didn't.
No? Okay.
I'm going to try a different browser. I can't. I'm not getting it. I'm shocked.
Are you keeping these? You got to keep these browsers clean. Even Google. Go into settings and clear browsing data, and you can select whether you want to clear passwords or not. I don't know whether you're using the password function, but you also have to clean the computer. Now, McAfee has a very nice package for cleaning the crap off the computer. I have to do it 3 times a day or I'm down. So you guys need to start keeping your computers clean, and you'll find they'll function a lot better. And
I keep mine. I run CC Cleaner, Malwarebytes.
Yeah.
All through the day, but now my computer is taken down. It will be down for days.
CC Cleaner, unfortunately, I'm not knocking it because it's a good product, but sometimes CC Cleaner takes out core files from the operating system by accident.
Yeah, I don't check that. There's one particular row that I don't clean because of that.
Yeah. And there are a number of other ones out there that will actually work on the operating system to the point where they're so stupid they don't know the difference between a file suffix like DLL, which is dynamic link library, from DLP, which is a hacker's program. They see the DL and they don't read the other L. They're so fast going through. One that goes slower is much better.
I've used 3 different browsers now, and it's doing the same thing.
I went in through Start Page. Have you ever used Start Page?
Yes, I use Start Page. Yeah, Start Page. It immediately upon exit of a website erases all data, so it's effectively cleaning itself. That's the difference.
I think the owner of that browser is a targeted individual now.
Maybe, yeah, quite possible.
I think she is.
I think
can't remember, but I've heard it before.
I think that's classed as a Tor browser, or right on the edge of a Tor browser.
Oh.
And those are very effective. If you go down on the dark web, you have to have a Tor browser.
Right. Yeah. I've been using
But you can buy the Linkstat on eBay also.
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
But if you can give Neil the business, I'm sure that's, if he buys a load of Linkstat, he's going to want to sell it, and he is a TI. So if we can stick within the community, it's best. Because, somebody on eBay has probably got a truckload of it, and Neil's just trying to help everybody. So stick with Neil.
Yeah, and they have a nice hat, like for women.
Yeah.
There's a nice hat to wear when you're sleeping. I think the biggest problem I have is like during the day when I'm getting hit. Like at night, you put all this stuff on you and wrap yourself up. But like walking around the house and being outside.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they hit you when you're outside too.
Yeah, Neil has spent a lot of time experimenting and putting all these things together. And his goal is to, let you try it. And, he wants to hear about it. If he doesn't hear about it, he's disappointed. He wants to hear how it works. Okay, we got a caller here with a banging noise, I think. That would be caller 59. Okay, if you solve your problem, if you find yourself being muted, nobody ever stays muted on here unless they want to. Just hit *6, you're unmuted, talk. Then if you would, hit *6 again and mute yourself so we have a little bandwidth left. And
I'm over here praying, Frank, because they zapping me. They over here twitching in my body, and I'm over here calling out Jesus on them. I'm returning everything back to them.
You're way down on 67.
I had to hang up because they play with my phone. I told you I can't press *6 when they play with my phone. I have to text you from the other phone, so I didn't want to do that. So I had to hang up and call back.
Yeah, I have to figure out which phone you're on. Your phone or the smartphone, or
I'm on my flip phone.
Yeah. Okay. Hey.
This one's better. It's supposed to be safer.
Yeah.
Hi, Frank. That was me that you muted. What was it doing it? Because the only thing I was doing was looking at Neil's site. So I was tapping on the phone screen. So.
Oh, that'll do it. I'm sorry.
Was it a tapping noise? No. I was just curious because I know that you've heard noises before and it muted me, and I'm just curious as to what I'm doing.
It doesn't take much to really shatter the room. Because that comes through here like a big banging noise.
Okay, I couldn't hear it through the call.
Okay. So. Yeah, that's okay.
That's nice. I don't think I've been to his site before. It is a nice site.
Yeah, and those of you who haven't, go to targetedmassachusetts.org. There's always something new, and we're under construction all the time.
Yeah, I've been on there. Talk show I can't get into.
Yeah.
Not talk show. Talk show I can, free conference call. So it's not in my phone plan. I have to pay extra. So if I go on there to listen, I got to go down and pay more money the next day because they turn off my phone.
Oh, really? Oh.
I don't have a computer, so it's like the only call I can get onto right now is yours, unless anyone else is still on talk show. But I think everyone else went over to free conference call.
Well, I pay for the phones I pay the number that you're calling in on so that you don't have to pay. So
Frank, you called me the other day because I sent you a few emails, but your calls are not getting through to me, even though I'm sitting here and the phone was available, and I'm sitting here, with the phone available, so I was available, and they're not letting your phone calls go through.
Huh? I
don't know why.
We'll have to fix that.
Yeah, I sent a message back to you just to know that. Because I know you called back twice. I called you a couple of times. So I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all. No, in fact, I think I left you a message. I said, we're playing phone tag, and it's awful close.
I was sitting right there. I left it on purposely because I was sitting in the car and just, doing some paperwork before I went into work. And I left the phone up, so they're blocking you.
Okay, that's possible. I'll tell you what happened.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm pretty good tonight. So you just mentioned that you paid the conference call fee or whatever, and I'm just wondering if that's why we're charged when we use, some of the other conference call.
Well, this GoToMeeting is paid for. It's not free. So there's a lot of things that come with it when you pay for, a venue. And it's a very good venue. It's probably one of the oldest. It was first used in colleges, and it was used by Microsoft. It was used by everyone, actually. And it's all over the world. So that's why we have 17 countries that we can reach. Oh, my phone got hacked. Okay? Listen to this. I got a $387 bill for international calls. So I don't get charged for international calls. So somebody used my number
Mm.
to call overseas, and I actually got their charges. So that was a bummer.
Well, we know who did that.
Yeah. God. Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I called up Sprint and I said, well, we better have a look at the phone bill today. And I always get somebody from the Philippines, and they're really very nice there. And she says, oh, Mr. Allen, we'll straighten that right out. And they're supposed to call me tomorrow with the word that, it's all squared away.
Did they give you a list of the numbers?
I can get that if I want it. I'm just interested in making sure it doesn't happen again. So they're probably going to ramp up security. Because my number's right on the website, and I pass it out freely, and I will continue to do so.
Mm. Paula, this is Starla. You're in Massachusetts, right? Paula?
Paula? You said Paula?
Yeah, Paula.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, so would you mind sharing your email address or phone number or something? Because I know you talked about the church stuff, and I think I was having that same problem at church. And
you got a pen? You can have my email.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, I'm ready. Mm-hmm.
It's T as in Paula, B as in boy, A as in apple, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, I as in ice cream, S as in Sam, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, R as in rabbit, 1, 9 at Yahoo.
Okay, thank you.
This is really what I'd love to see. Okay, that was a union created. Two friends, two TIs talking. That's what I love to see. That's the beginning of a group. And in Massachusetts, I think we're approaching a brand new number. I don't think that anybody has uncovered almost 60 TIs in Massachusetts. That's what we have now, just about. And so TIs in Massachusetts in the Northeast are really coming out of the woodwork. So don't feel bad, and if you're in your state and you don't see that many people, because they're there. They're just a little worried and a little scared. So if you put two people together, it's great, because they know somebody, and then they know two more, and then you'll run into two others, and before you know it, you'll have a really nice group.
I think that
I'm
I
sorry.
kind of just wanted to piggyback off of what Frank just said, because people have been talking a lot about the fact that a lot of progress is being made, and people have been really excited about that things are moving along. But at the grassroots level, where I really need to see things moving along and need help, I'm not getting it, and I say that because I am just being severely stalked by people, and I'm not just stalked by them, but I'm like.
What's your address? Where do you live?
Frank, you know me. We talk all the time.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not thinking.
Yeah.
It's been
well. Can you pull out your phone and use your video?
Well, it's tough. You know what I mean? I was in Walmart yesterday returning some stuff, and someone was zapping me like all on the side of my face. And when I got to the car and looked in the mirror, I had cuts on my face around just above my brow. And I texted a couple of friends of mine to say, is there anything? I wanted to do something, like somebody somewhere, can somebody help me? Should I go to the police? What do you guys suggest? What do I do? Because I mean, this stuff is just like really offensive, and like I'm zapped all day long in my throat, my breast, my face. It's like I mean, and people go out of their way. Like they will go out of their way and sit and wait for me to come out and show up to zap me. And then I come home and it's the same thing too. And so basically what I'm saying is that although much progress is being made, seems like, maybe the Massachusetts people can do something to be a little supportive on the street level, something, because it's really bad. And my friends have been telling me I need to start zapping back, and I don't want to do that. But, it's just really pitiful.
Your friends tell you to do what? Say that again?
Zap back. Not all of them, but some of them feel like, so you just need to zap them back.
How do you zap them back?
Do that. I don't know.
How do you zap them?
Well, I don't know where they get the gadgets from or how they get the gadgets or whatever, but they're zapping.
It's a Wi-Fi jammer.
I just want to stop them. I don't want
to. Can I say one thing, please? I was, in addition to being zapped while I'm standing in line to return something, this big old man from the Middle East, I mean,
they just shut her off.
I'm being zapped with their phones, and I don't know how they were doing that. And he's walking through the store, pushing a baby in a stroller, and yet zapping me. And then he looks at me to confirm, okay, did I get her? Did she? And then, I mean, it's like, it's been a lot with the cell phones lately, and I'm not sure how they're doing it with the cell phones.
You gotta realize sometimes it's not the people that's walking past you. They manipulate or recruit people just to walk past people while they're doing it from afar. Sometimes it's not the people that's walking past you.
There's so many different scenarios, and it can't be all of that. And I know it's not all of that, but there's so many scenarios where, I mean, I just went to get some fast food the other day, and I'm not even a fast food person. And this woman was like waiting out in the parking lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I can't say waiting out in the parking lot, but by the time I got out of the car, I saw her, and the minute I walked by, I get the thing on my leg. You know what I'm saying? So it's all day, every day, and we can say it's satellite, we can say it's 1,000 different things, but I'm telling you, I know how these people act when they zap you. I know how they act. I know their patterns, and I can't see whatever it is that they're using to zap me. I can only feel it, and I can look around and see who's in my immediate area and know where that's coming from. So, I am constantly being brutalized and assaulted.
You have to videotape them then.
I try to get photos, but sometimes the phone, the battery, fumbling, I get it, they're gone. So sometimes that works, and sometimes that doesn't.
I'll tell you what you can do that is effective. And I always say this, but keep yourself positive. Don't let any negative in. I mean, they're the extent of the negative that you have to deal with. They're enough. So keep yourself in a positive frame of mind. And keep yourself hydrated. Keep your vitamin levels up. Eat properly. And better equip yourself to fight.
Well, the only thing that sustains me is my faith in God. It is my gospel music, my Bible. It's what I know is true and good, and that's what has kept me, and keeps me, because this is. I know that it's done to overwhelm me and exhaust me on every level. My car being vandalized, the house, and everything else. So it's So I got that part right. I kind of fell short with the water and stuff like that, and the eating because I don't much, and so yeah, and the vitamins I don't take. But so there were some other things that I could be doing here, but in terms of not letting people wear me down, I've kind of got that, but it's just that, you know, it's a lot.
I was given some advice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was given some advice, and of course I haven't tried it yet. But I understand your struggle because I'm there. But like I said, I haven't tried it yet, but I am going to. And that is, you know, the people that they're using, like, you know, like off the street and in the stores and stuff like that, they're being told something. We don't know what they're being told. And the advice that was given to me makes sense. You have to show them different. So, you know, when you notice, you get that look and you kind of like notice that somebody's doing something sneaky that they shouldn't be doing or whatever. And then they're doing it. They really don't know why they're doing it or whatever. You know, the person said, speak to them. Say, hi, how are you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like throw them off. You know, that's going to like throw them off. The terrorist, she's supposed to be a terrorist, but she just spoke to me and she's so nice. She seems so nice. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or you can smize at them. Like I've done that.
Yeah. Can I just say one more? Can I say one more thing? Today, while I was out, you know, I was hit. I had something like shot up my nose, and then my left nostril, and then it started to run, and I thought, oh my God, they like drugging me or something. I don't know. You know, I know people snort stuff, so it's like
Well, you know,
What, did you go home and flush your nose?
That's funny. No.
You should flush you gotta flush keep yourself detoxed and flushed out. Keep your eyes.
I've been hit all around my nose before, but I've never had anything like go up through my nostril like that.
No, that happened to me before. I don't know if you can hear me, but it happens to me all the time, Dad. This is Mary from Mantle, and that's how they target me. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
I get it very badly, and then they go right up my left nostril, and it hurts. It hurts bad. And sometimes they do it lightly. It feels like a magnet type of a feeling, but it's like they push it way up there, and they're running electrical currents up there. That's what it feels like to me. It hurts. Is that how it feels to you?
It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. I didn't even see the person that did it, but there were a lot of people around, and I don't remember it hurting. I just remember being shocked, like, oh my God, went all the way up my nose.
Yeah, it's like they're sending shocks up my nose. I mean, it happens to me a lot when they really get into that target. I mean, there's nothing when they're targeting me bad physically. There's absolutely nothing that I can do to protect myself from whatever they're hitting me with. I mean, it's very hard. So I can relate to what you're saying. I've been hit while I was in the store, but I also work in the store, and I think that it's more of a person who's hacking into the system temporarily. And I also think that they hack into people's phones who are totally innocent and just having a conversation where they are definitely guilty.
Mary, I don't know if you want to say, you don't want to say the store you work at, do you?
Not really.
Okay.
Really.
Okay.
It's a popular store, but
okay. No, only reason I said that because a lot of GIs and myself get targeted a lot at Walmart.
Yeah.
A lot of TIs, and myself.
And some of the employees at Walmart too.
I'm sorry?
Some of the employees at Walmart as well.
They get hit. They get hit. You saying?
No, they do it.
Oh yeah. Oh
Well,
yeah.
I think it's an
Not
app.
just the
I
customers.
think it's some kind of app, and I think it's like it's some kind of game. It's an app, and I think it's like some kind of game or something. Because I remember when this first started happening to me, and I remember going to the mall, and when I went to the mall, like random people were just coming near me and trying to, like it was like I was being played like a video game. Like if you zap her, then you'll get this or that. You know what I mean? And I remember like these young kids, like, you know, coming up close to me, and like not really wanting to do it, but trying to be like, you know, really sneaky or whatever, but being intimidated at the same time. Like I'm gonna zap her, but I don't know if she turn around and smack me. You know what I mean? And it was, you know, I got caught in a line at Bed Bath and Beyond or Bath and Body Works. It was super busy. It was like Christmas Eve, and I got stuck in a line, and it was awful. I mean, of course it was awful because I didn't know what was going on. All I knew is that I just kept getting zapped and zapped and zapped. And, you know, I mean, but you could go to the dollar store. You can go to the dollar store, and, you know, it'll be, you know, the last this happened to me, it was at closing. So, when you first walk in, you know, they say hello to you or whatever. I think it's their policy here in Pittsburgh at the Dollar General to, you know, say hello, how are you today, you know, whatever. And so then, you know, I'm shopping around or whatever. It's about 10 minutes to closing, and then somebody comes, and, you know, then they start acting all weird, and then you're getting zapped. You know what I mean? There was no other customers in the store except for me and my sister and I. So I think it's like, I remember being at the hospital, and I remember, you know, sitting outside waiting for my appointment to come, and, you know, people coming outside, like people that worked at the hospital coming outside and like gathering together and like, you know, looking at me. All of a sudden I'd be getting zapped. So I think it's like a part of it is an app, and I think they probably get notified through Facebook. I mean, I could go on and on. My girlfriend's son was in on it, and, you know, and which, you know, really hurt my feelings. You know what I'm saying?
My girlfriend was in on it.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if I can't really tell yet if she's crossed over, but you know, I just remember, you know, I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to be like, hey, your son is harassing me. You know what I mean? Because then you look crazy, you know.
Tracy, God will expose it. God, you ain't got to say nothing. God will expose it.
Yeah,
that's why I ain't said nothing to my girlfriend either. But God gonna expose her because He already did it to somebody. He already did it. He already did this thing to somebody else that was doing it to me. That gaslighting and stuff. He already got them.
Well, I just, you know, I'm just trying to, you know, help this, you know, nice lady, letting her know that you are not the only one. You're not, you know.
Thank you.
I know they say misery loves company, and I don't feel like that. I just feel like I'm glad that I'm not crazy. I'm glad that, you know what I mean, when I did that self-evaluation months ago, I could honestly say, no, I'm okay, and it's not me. You know, somebody's doing this to me.
Yeah. Thank you.
And it'll get better. You'll get stronger, and just keep on meeting with everybody, on these calls, and reach out. I'm in Pittsburgh, and I'm all by myself right now. I feel.
Yeah.
I don't really have. My whole family has pretty much been turned against me. So.
Yeah.
Don't feel sorry for yourself, because that's what they want. Everything,
right.
Any way that you feel that's negative, don't go off, go the other way.
Right. Right. That's right.
And you said you're Christian. It says, think on those things that are good, that are wonderful.
Yeah.
That's what I read that every day. Family, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, about such things. You got to remember that.
Absolutely. Okay.
Could I just validate some information about the phone app possibility? Now, I'm not saying that this particular phone app is being used to track us or to coordinate any sort of attacks on us, but the National Sheriff's Association, they have arguably, I believe, the longest running neighborhood watch, and that's the National Neighborhood Watch, and that's been around since 1972. And of course, it was formed, especially at that point, to do good. But the National Sheriff's Association, National Neighborhood Watch, they do have their own phone app. It's made by Black Box Ice, and so that connects them all together, and so it just sort of validates the reality that a network could indeed use a phone app to track us. In my case, I was seeing a ton of vehicles that did have, at least in this state, their bronze front license plates, and they were the National Sheriff's Association plates.
Okay.
So yeah, if one wanted to find that, if you looked online, there is a Black Box Ice phone app for National Neighborhood Watch, and it'll give you more information on that.
Excellent.
And then I just have to throw this out there. I can't, unfortunately, I don't know if someone who has access to the chat could find this, but this is an interesting fact that the cyber camp for high school students in North Carolina, cyber camp for high school students who excel in science, technology, mathematics, and I'm not sure what the E is. It's STEM
engineering.
Students. Thank you very much. So there is a cyber summer camp for STEM students in North Carolina for InfraGard. And you could look this up, and one of the activities slated is lock picking. I kid you not. So 2018, I think that the camp may have happened already, but maybe it's something that one just needs to sort of think about and allow to sort of percolate, resonate. Why are our I'm not going to say smartest, but academically excelling students, why are they being taught how to lockpick?
Wow.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
And 400 out of the 500 Fortune 500 companies do have representatives in InfraGard, and I have seen in the last year a large amount of information that has been scrubbed from Google, from the web on InfraGard, if it was at all critical or even objective. So what it's been replaced with is just InfraGard's information on itself. But that's where I found the information about the cyber camp. So even their own information is pretty brazen. So I suspect that they do play a large part in this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm hearing a lot of someone's exhaling a lot repeatedly. Everyone else hear that?
Yeah, I was hearing it.
Sorry?
Frank?
Yeah.
Frank, I wanted to ask you, I think I need to learn this. How do you keep yourself in a positive mood? I mean, against these perps, how do you exercise that?
It's a state of mind.
Yeah.
I've always been that way, so it's a lot easier for me. But a good way to start is this. Come up with something little for the next day that you can look forward to, or something that you can look forward to on the weekend. Even if it's just buying yourself some perfume or meeting another TI, something to look forward to. That starts to grow a positive attitude.
Okay.
That's how you start.
It should be like that, Frank.
I was talking about InfraGard. I'm sorry. I was talking earlier, and then
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Patrick.
Exhale loudly, and then other noise followed that.
Oh, okay. Continue.
Can you help me with that? Do you know who's doing that? The exhaling and the nose breathing into the phone?
I put a note in the chat that I was going to grab a coffee, so I said, BRB, getting some coffee. If anybody asks, tell them, pretty much. But no, I didn't hear that, but I'm back on the watch, and I'm very sorry that had to happen.
I guess it's just something. It's been happening on many of the calls. So I'm not in any way being critical of you, Frank, but there's someone who is sort of lurking on many of the calls, and they do a lot of exhalations, and then they breathe out of their nose.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to pay attention to what people are saying, it can be over time difficult to deal with.
All you have to do, Patrick, is say, Frank, can you mute the room for me? And I will do so.
I appreciate it.
Can I just say, to support what you're saying, it sounds like someone is like really annoyed or impatient or whatever, and they're like just trying to communicate it through the telling. So I was aware of it, and I was ignoring, because in this business you have to ignore a lot of stuff and stuff. So that's what I was kind of like I don't know who's doing this, but I'm just going to ignore them. But you pointed it out because it's not acceptable, so that's okay with me.
No, it's not acceptable. Go ahead, Pat.
one can simply mute themselves if they're getting annoyed with the mentor. So most people, unless it's a new person, most people have been around for a while are fully aware that they can mute themselves. So it's, I don't see it as, I mean, I agree with your assessment of it and in fact, I've spoken with someone once. They acknowledged they were doing it, and they were doing it out of frustration and annoyance. But I believe it's deliberate. So, but I also just wanted to note that a lot of that began when I was talking about InfraGard, and what we have there is a group that has been formed that is, in many ways, implementing the agenda of the FBI, but they're doing it for free, and so they could be stalking for free and organized by people who may be getting paid.
Why would anybody do that for free, Patrick, unless they're in training?
Actually, okay, go ahead, Pat.
Very simply, it just takes one character, and most people, truth is, most people don't stop and think. Most people are blindly obedient to authority. So if a cop or FBI agent says this person's a terrorist or a pedophile or a prostitute, people will do that for free out of that, and then just out of the mere fact that there are, unfortunately, far too many people who have sadistic streaks, whether or not they're full-blown psychopath or sociopath is remains seen. But yeah, that's how you can get a lot of people.
They're using computers on me at work, Frank.
They are?
Yeah, they come to my job, experimenting on me. Jeez.
Well, to speak to the lady that said, well, how do you keep yourself positive? Let me just tell you right now, I'm in an apartment. All my stuff is in storage, so I'm sitting on the floor, which is very bad for your posture. It's been this way for about 2 months. I have a mattress and a television. So, you know, I'm saying that to say, like, you know, I have furniture, but it's in storage, and I just can't afford to get it out right now. But I understood a long time ago that gratitude is very powerful. So even when I'm having like a really heavy targeting day, I just think about the things that I am grateful for and start my day out like that before I even hit the floor, you know, and all I'm doing is rolling over because I'm on a mattress. But I'm like, okay, thank you that I got up this morning. Thank you. You know, I just to be thankful for. Thank you for the sun shining. And guess what? I haven't been out of this house. I'm secluded. I am, you know, I can't think of the word right now, but I have not been out of the house for about 3.5 weeks now.
Wow.
But I have food in the refrigerator.
You need some air. You need nature.
I know I do.
That's not healthy.
But I know, but I'm saying that to say that I still manage to smile every day. I still manage to find something to give me some kind of joy. You know what I mean? And so just do that because I don't know what I'm saying. That to say that my situation is bad. You know what I mean? I went from sugar to shit. and excuse my language, but that's the way it is. And I'm a cussing Christian, sorry.
Hey, do you have a window that's
right now,
facing the
right now,
sun?
But
Do you get morning
still,
sun?
you know, I have food in the refrigerator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I woke up this morning. I have you people to talk to and get all the frustration out when before I didn't have anybody to talk to, because anybody that I would talk to called me crazy. You know what I mean? My children have been taken away from me. I'm currently fighting a battle right now that Frank knows about it because I called him about it. Speaking of STEM schools, yeah. So like I could sit here and think of all the bad stuff that is going on because it never stops. You know, just when you think you're breathing, you know what I'm saying? There's something else that's making you, you know what I'm saying? So something, because there is something that you have to be grateful for.
Yeah. Do you have a window that faces the sun?
I do.
Hey, Mark.
But I don't.
Hi guys.
Because I just don't want.
You need to sit in that window and eat your breakfast and drink your tea and coffee and look toward that window as much as you can throughout the day.
Even with the targeting, I mean, I get it bad. It's bad.
We all do.
Sunlight is a very strong healing element.
Jesus. You need to get some air, even if you take a walk to the corner and come right back. You need some air.
Open the front door and stand there near. Stand so you can get some fresh air.
Yeah, get out. Go outside.
Yeah, Tracy. They want us like that. So you have to do the opposite of what they want. You have to leave. Like I said, just go to the corner and turn around, come back. If you have to do that every day, at least you're getting out and get some air. You need air. You have to think about you, not them. This is about you. Don't hide from these people.
Definitely bad.
Well, it's not
isolating is bad.
Yeah, I know. It's not that I'm hiding. My car is down. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like, oh, my car is down. This is wrong. I mean, there's just like obstacles that are preventing me from getting out and about. You know?
Is there a corner store?
No, I'm not near a store or anything.
There's no nothing, no donut shop, no Dunkin' Donuts or nothing like that. Nothing.
No.
Well, you're gonna have to get out, get up, take a shower, get dressed like you going to work, and just go to the corner and come back. You need air. You can't do that to yourself. You see, you have to make one.
Like, what's the weather like out there?
But listen, Tracy, if you really trust God, God said if you make one step, He'll make two. So sitting in that house is not making no one step.
Yeah, and I don't even think you have TV or radio or anything. Do you even have an internet? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you're really isolated.
Yeah, no, I have TV.
Right, but TV ain't really good for us right now.
I know.
Oh, I know.
You know,
the only thing that keeps me, you know.
No, yeah, something funny, yeah. Comedy, yeah. But don't watch the news too much.
Yeah. Or a good
book.
book.
Yeah.
I know if I was.
Hey guys.
I'm just saying that, you know what I mean? If I sit here and tell you like what's really going on with me, then I just wanted that lady that have an understanding. She probably gets out. She probably gets to do this and do that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Everybody's situation is different. And I'm saying that to say my stuff is like really bad. You know what I mean? It's awful to I worked for an ophthalmologist. We seen anywhere from 80 to 100 and something patients a day. So you see the amount of human contact that I was used to. You know what I mean? And I'm a people person. I love people.
Me too.
Up until this point, I love people. You know what I mean? And to go from seeing all those people on a daily basis, Monday through Friday and some Saturdays, to seeing no one, it's different. It's difficult, but I still find things to be thankful for, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I was there too, Tracy. I worked for 13 doctors. 13 doctors.
Wow.
Okay. I worked in the hospital just like you, and I see people every day. I worked for the public all my life. That's all I did was public. I work for the public now. I work for kids now. But I understand I was there. I was forced out of my job too due to this targeting, but I didn't know then. And I was in the house like you. Well, I didn't have money. My car got repossessed. I had to wait a whole year to get my disability. So I didn't have no money. But I still got out and walked but you don't have a corner store. I still got out and walked to the store just to look around. Even though I didn't have money, I got out the house.
Yeah. Oh, it feels wonderful when I go outside. It's like, oh my gosh. So yeah, I mean, I know I definitely feel like a void, is there. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm missing. I feel like I'm missing out on this life. You know what I'm saying? I know I am.
That's right.
I know I am. But
And that ain't of God. That ain't what God wants for us. You know?
Oh, I know. But what I'm saying, and I get that. I totally get it. All I'm saying is I still find something to be thankful for.
No, we're all grateful. I'm grateful just to wake up too, because we all targeted. We all targeted in different ways, and I know you say yours is bad. Mine's is bad. I'm getting workplace mobbing now, and I got a job in April, but I still get up and go. As soon as I leave my house, they're out there. I can't even go to the bus stop.
Oh,
they're on the bus.
Very important.
And I take 3 buses. They're on all 3 of them.
Very important.
Wow.
I have to bring this up because we got a really nice crowd tonight. Okay, Kevin Smith from Chico, Northern California, would like to share his apartment. Now, the overall rent is $470. So half of that, you'd be into an apartment with Kevin Smith. And he's a real nice guy. And I saw a picture of him with his family. So he's a real good guy. He's in Chico, Northern California. So here's the phone number. Does anybody want it? I'll give it to you if somebody wants it.
Tomo's looking for a roommate in California too.
Okay, 310 597 3109. Call anytime.
Okay, I'm calling now.
No, it's pretty inexpensive rent.
It is, but it's so far I can't get there.
Hey,
Hi.
Frank.
Does anybody live in the Carolinas? North or South Carolina?
I do.
Is the storm heading towards you?
It's supposedly heading this way, but I haven't done a whole lot of preparation because I really can't.
Because first they said it would be a Category 4, and now they're reducing it to a Category 2.
Oh,
Okay,
that's good.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if it's just some of the weather is sort of like clickbait. In other words, get people looking at particular sites, but also just kind of help ratchet up the anxiety level.
Yeah.
Can I just ask if anyone's ever heard of Abraham Hicks? She's an American inspirational speaker and author, and she's like really positive and encouraging and intelligent and awesome. And so for anybody who's looking
Esther
Hicks. Esther and Abraham Hicks as well.
Right, through Abraham.
Yep, through their publication. But I just wanted to point out if anybody was looking for, anything positive and inspiring, she's the go-to.
What is she?
Inspirational speaker, and I've listened to her, and she's like so awesome that sometimes you have to listen to it a couple of times because it's really thought-provoking. But there's Esther Hicks. It doesn't matter if you pull up Esther Hicks or Abraham Hicks, same thing. And they've been around forever, husband and wife and husband.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Frank, have you heard from Johnny?
No, I've seen him in emails, and I've answered a couple of emails, but he hasn't been around lately. I don't know what the story is.
Oh, wow.
He might be in a situation where he just doesn't have a phone. The emails may be coming from a library or something. Because he's always at the university.
His phone might not be on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't heard him anywhere else either. So,
no, I haven't heard him on no other calls either.
Yeah. I'll shoot him an email and see how long it takes him to get it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He comes up with a lot of interesting things.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell Patrick, you still there?
Yeah, he must be.
Me and him was on the phone earlier, and I was trying to get him to our website. He got there, but he didn't see the picture. I told him it's on the first page. Am I correct?
The link is. The link.
Oh, we have to press something.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm just trying to get some food out of the microwave.
Yeah, the link is actually, it's a sentence or a phrase that just says Massachusetts TIs, Global TI Day. And
oh, you hear that? You hear that, Patrick?
Global, I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
If you go to the first page, you can go to it by computer only. until I fix the phone part.
What about his iPad?
His iPad should do it.
Okay, now tell him again.
There should be 3 links on the left-hand side.
It on.
One says Global Target Individual Day. Another one is something about the Cuban crisis. And the China.
This is your homepage.
Yeah.
And then Target Global Day.
I see Edward Snowden and Dr. Hall and JFK and Jackie.
Oh, that's old. You must have the tablet page. I'll show you what it looks like. Let me see. I got to get my butt in gear, I guess. I'll share the screen. I'll show you what it looks like.
I like the T-shirts.
Who said
That's
that?
what it looks like now.
Mary, I love the T-shirts.
Oh yeah, Mary, you seen the picture, Mary?
I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever designed the T-shirts did a nice job. I prayed for you guys all day because I couldn't afford to get there, but I prayed for you guys all day.
Oh, thank you. It was so hot, Mary.
Eating well. I prayed that you guys were nourished and hydrated, and that people.
Mary, we was burning, but you can't tell from the picture.
It was so hot that day. I really felt for you guys, and I was driving around doing my because I was planning on going, but I just didn't have the money. You know, so
I
was there in spirit. And
you
guys all day. I prayed for you everywhere I went. It was just like I was just hoping that you were getting through to some people, and that you know that you had people with open minds. Because I know that wherever you were going to be, there's going to be other people who are going to say, oh, "Those people are nuts. Those people are crazy." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But all you need is just a couple of people that you can get through who might get through to other people, and it's awesome.
Right. And are you going to come next month?
I don't know. I have to see because I'm working, so I don't know whether or not I can get the day off. It's tough because I'm working second shift, so I don't usually get up until like between 10 and 10:30. So the hours.
It's on Sunday.
Yeah, I know. I work on weekends.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, to get a job, give up my weekends. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But anyway, no, I was thinking about because I know we were talking about Frank had the little what do you call it, the stars emblem, and I just thought it would be so nice because people love free things, you know. And if you had like pens with the name stars on it, the emblem and everything, a little keychain. Or I don't know if any of you have ever seen like the disabled American vets, and they send out calendars and little address labels. And did anyone of you ever get those?
Yeah, I did.
Disabled American vets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they spent a lot on advertising, but everybody knows who they are now. And
we did give out free books though, Mary.
Yes, were they the Robert Duncan ones? No, I'm talking.
Yeah,
about
we did give out
like
those.
maybe like refrigerator magnets, something that's cheap, that's easy to have the name put on it. That would be very cheap, but something that you could give away that someone could kind of carry around as advertisement. You know what I'm saying? Maybe like a free notebook, but staple some business card type of thing. Is that what you call them? Business cards? If it's a college, I mean, who wouldn't want a free notebook?
I know, right?
I was just trying to come up with some free, or affordable things to give away. That was the first TI day. So who knows what the second one's going to be like?
I know.
And also, you could also take that that emblem and have it put onto fabric, and then like make patches and sell them to jackets and stuff like that. Or just different things. I was just trying to come up with ideas.
Allison did a wonderful job. She did such a wonderful job organizing and getting all that stuff together. Patents.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of work.
Flyers. She did such a wonderful. She brought everything, the T-shirts. She just did all of it. She did such a great job.
I thought it looked very well organized. So you guys did awesome. So we'll see what becomes of it. Even if you can get some discussions going on in the ethics classroom or whatever, it would be nice.
Y'all can get on YouTube and you can see Chicago Tea Day. Nick's B. Yeah. Nice too. They had a great time.
Is that what it is?
No, Migs, if you you talking about Ella?
Yes. West Side.
Yeah, Ella she put one up yesterday. Day before? Yesterday, yeah, day before.
Oh, all right, I didn't even see that one yet.
Yeah, she put one up.
One site that I went to that had a whole bunch of different ones, some from the
Migs B. Migs B. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
she did it.
They had was nice. It was nice.
Mhm. Yep.
Overall, how was the response? So I'd like to hear about the people that you reached. Did anyone seem like very interested in the topic?
A few of them. Yeah, she talked about. I'll say it. I don't know how many Frank will say. I think it was like 8 books, Frank. We gave out maybe 8. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, maybe 8. We had more. We had more people, but
That's
some
okay.
people just didn't want the book. Some people just didn't want the book or the flyer, but they listened to you. Some people took the pamphlets, and some people just said no, thank you, and kept walking. But some people stopped and looked at the poster, and they was interested.
Good. Well, they're gonna hear it, see it more often. As we go along.
One guy she talked to. One guy, Allison talked to was a TI.
Okay.
He said he was a TI. Yeah.
Sometimes you don't know.
Yeah, he said he was a TI.
Yeah.
They said that there was a little old lady that came, and she said I didn't know what was going on, and so she came and she started helping pass out and
Yeah, that was in Chicago. That was in Chicago. Yeah. That was in Chicago. She said, I told my husband I'm getting hit with radiation. I'm getting hit with radiation.
It makes you feel for all the people that are in the mental institutions.
She was cute.
And, as the ad word gets around, too, hopefully some of those staff people who work in the mental institutions are going to look at the patients differently, too.
I think we have in the mental institutions probably 1 million TIs.
Yeah, I believe it. It's really too bad because you should really take some of the staff and reverse it. Put the patients as the doctors and put the the staff as the patients.
Right.
So sad.
So their treatment back.
I'm looking at the rate at which I have seen TIs go into mental institutions. And I'm extrapolating that into the years, and the rate is phenomenal. It's almost like 1 every 3 days. So if you go back, if you go back years and add them all up, that's a lot of people.
I was keeping a journal for a while before I met any other TIs, and I had come to that conclusion that they're making a fortune on these mental institutions, and I wouldn't doubt that some of the people that are putting out the money are the people who are also building more institutions.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's jails.
Mhm. Yeah.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, a while back, we were supposedly working up a case on a lawsuit, and please don't ask me for details or anything. It was so far back. I can't remember my own name from yesterday, but I think it had something to do with a case out of California or Oregon.
Okay.
But do we have any lawsuits that are pending?
Pending? No. Unfortunately, we have a few that have gone down that were singles, and the end result is they have a gag order and they can't say anything. So that's really sad.
And so Brian Coffrin, he doesn't have anything going there.
Brian Coffrin isn't allowed anywhere in the community. And if he is in the community, he's violating the community because he stole from the community.
Now,
which
How did he
community?
steal?
The TI.
What did he do, Frank?
He stole thousands from PAX. He stole.
Oh my God!
He broke into. I'm not going to say the board member's name, but he broke into a board member's name and stole money. Okay, so
so that was 100,000% bogus. All the information he was spilling.
Yeah, he actually thought it was very funny to interview himself. He played a Massachusetts individual, and he played himself, and he was asking himself all these questions. And that is like tape 180. I have it. It's ridiculous. And what happened is the board member caught him doing this, and she threw him out.
And then
That was yeah.
The information that he was telling us out of Seattle, Washington, he never worked for a security company like that?
He may have, okay, but I think he got fired and got into a bad position and then ran into probably a PAX flyer or something. And because
is it any wonder?
Yeah, he had some really good recording gear. He had some really good mics, and he sounded like a professional radio announcer when he was doing his recordings. So,
did anyone ever meet him? Did they?
Oh yeah.
Get
Derek met him. Yaya met him.
Desiree Foley met him. Frank Desiree Foley met him.
Yeah, that's Yaya, I think.
No, that's so Yaya is Midge. No?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. Yeah, Yaya is Midge.
Okay,
Yeah.
How long ago did all this go down?
Roughly about a year ago.
I mean, with him ripping off PAX.
About a year ago.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he had 3 GoFundMe accounts going and 1 PayPal account going.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Every time he came on the calls, he asked for money.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Every time? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Was he a TI?
No.
Good question. Probably not. No.
I'll tell
what?
you.
He was a con.
I'm a pretty good judge of character. He was a BS artist right from the beginning.
Oh my God.
And he got angry because they wouldn't give him more money to support him. He got angry.
He got angry. Yeah. That's a typical Psychologically, that's a human response. If you find somebody who's giving you money and all of a sudden that's shut off, you forget about what a help it was. You don't understand psychologically, as in the books, and you get angry.
So he most definitely was working for the perps.
Well, he's a crook. That's all I will tell you. And
I would say he was working for someone to throw wrenches at our cause.
I think he was trying to undermine PAX because he stirred up a lot of legal things with PAX, and he threatened PAX. He said that Desiree Foley was a murderer. That's on tape.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I've got that all on tape. I'll post.
And she let him stay. Yeah, Frank. She let him stay at her place. She's the one that caught him making the tapes.
That's right. You're exactly
right.
Yeah.
It's so sad. Wow.
So please.
Oh my God.
If he's in the community, please shut him off before he steals us blind. Please.
Wow.
Well,
that's so sad.
Yeah. Is he still circulating?
Yeah. Well, why do people get on YouTube and make videos and want people to help them through PayPal and what's the other one? The other GoFundMe, and why do they do that? I'm a TI and you're a TI, but we don't get on YouTube and ask the world to help us.
No.
I know some people are homeless and all that, but how do I know you're real? How can I tell you're real? You might just want money, just like he did.
This guy, he was like a professional actor. Like I say,
right?
He interviewed himself.
Okay, so when he interviewed himself, he had to change his voice for the person that's asking him the question.
Yeah, and it was a Boston accent. So I jumped.
So what did he use? A voice box?
No, he just changed his own. It sounded just
like
his
voice.
It sounded exactly like him.
Yeah.
It did.
With a Boston
accent.
I'll post it.
Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah, I'll post it on Targeted Massachusetts. How's that?
Let me know when you do it so I can go look at it.
I'll send it.
Thank you. Please do. Yeah. Send it to my email, yes.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard of this. This is crazy.
Kick the guy right out of the community.
And Frank, Desiree said that she was heavily targeted after he left.
Yeah, he's bad news.
To work.
Yeah.
Bad news, bear.
Yeah.
No good.
Yeah. So sad. Wow. Oh boy, there's some bad people out here. Yeah.
Let me see.
Like we don't have enough to put up with,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we need somebody like that. And that was at a time when Derek was almost getting ready to move. He was having trouble with his landlord. And it just came at a bad time. Threw the whole community into an uproar.
That's when, and that's when I first joined, so I remember that happening.
Wow. That's true.
Yeah, it's a really terrible thing.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, especially when he started. He was saying that what's her name? The lady that he lived with for a while.
Yeah.
Desiree.
Desiree. Yeah, he was saying she killed her boyfriend. The gentleman that killed himself.
I've got it on tape.
Yeah.
I've got one of his videos.
God.
Yeah.
He isn't.
That's
pure imagination. Yeah.
But did y'all see the Facebook that went around about where's Desiree's where's she buried at? Because I'm looking for her.
Yeah.
Y'all seen that on Facebook?
I didn't see that. No.
Is she
Oh
buried?
my God! They text her. They text her saying, "Where is Desiree buried at?" Because I'm looking for her.
My
God!
I got him on Facebook and I PM'd him. I told him what I thought.
She screenshotted it. She put it on Facebook for us to see.
Oh.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. It's getting crazier out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is it with, I don't know, it's coming out of Seattle. There's a lot of gunk coming out of Seattle for some reason. Not the first person I've heard of.
What, you mean Brian Cochran types?
Yeah, there was another one there. And we had one down south. Remember the David Atkins guy?
Yeah.
He stole the car from a TI. Then he shot somebody.
What happened?
He took
What
a
ended
shot
happening?
at somebody, and then the other person had a gun, took a shot at him, grazed him in the side of the head, and he went to jail. I put him in the newsletter a while back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounded like that. It almost seems like he was an actor because I was listening in on when he had called, and it's like, is this guy for real or is this is this phony? Because it almost sounded like an acting job.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
Frank,
I'll find the picture. It'll take me a second.
Oh, I have a question about the National TI Day.
Yep.
Was there one place, like maybe Chicago or New York or LA or what, that they recorded, or maybe more than one, and had they put it on video?
Oh yeah.
Where we can look at it?
Yeah, I've got one on the site now. I think it's Chicago. Oh, let me see where.
And your site is called targetedmassachusetts.org,
yeah.
And how do you spell Massachusetts? It's abbreviated on my map.
Okay, MASSACHUSETTS. Let me see where
that's I'd like to see someone spell that if they never did before.
Yeah. We grew up with it.
Okay, and then .org?
Yep. And you got to go to it by computer until I catch the phone part of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what picture am I looking for? They're standing on my head.
You forgot, huh?
No, I swear to God, they do that.
Yeah.
Was it the TI video?
No, it was a picture of individual. Oh, I know. David Atkins. Oh, there's a file on that. Okay, hold on. Atkins.
Yeah, and I just wanted to weigh in on anyone who is still listening that wants to see something positive. The video that Dr. Matthew put together from Chicago, but it also highlights Boston and San Francisco and Thailand and Poland, the United Kingdom. It pieced all the different protests together, and it included Matthew with his megaphone, giving a great speech, include Vanetta, and then interviews with different people. it was very encouraging because we've gone from, as Frank knows, from a few people, maybe 4 or 5 showing up at a protest, and now globally, I don't know if it would be accurate to say maybe 100 people, but that makes a difference.
Well, the next time we go to Washington, we're going to have over 1,000.
Oh my gosh!
Everybody better come, or they're going to be in trouble. Because the last time there was like 103 people that said they were going to come, and we had 12. And,
wow!
So I was quite bummed after planning it for almost a year.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah.
Was the weather behaving? Was it good weather?
No, the second day was rain, so I have to discount a lot of the people not flying in because of rain. Matthew Aaron came in the first day. We drove and drove and drove and drove, and we got there late, so we couldn't get parking. And that place, the 1600 block, is solid. So we were standing there in the rain early that morning until probably 2 o'clock when we left. It was terrible. Worst thing.
There was a gathering, not to cut you off, a gathering that is not the one of 2011, the last year, the FFCHS gather, but I think it was a PAX International gathering, and but it could be 2016, maybe?
No, it's earlier than that, because PAX
2015?
Yeah, it's earlier than that because it was FFCHS, and the weather was bad, and they ended up going into a hotel, I think, and they had a hell of a good time too. So that was a good.
And I'm thinking of this one, and some real good-looking lady, kind of like a honey blonde. She was wearing a white pullover sweater, sort of thing, and there was music. There was a guy playing a guitar.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this?
That's Neil playing the guitar, I think.
Yeah, acoustic.
Yep.
And what year was that?
Well, he did that last October at the gathering.
And it was recorded?
Oh, yeah. Hmm?
And was it Ella that was there?
No, Ella didn't make it. I made it. A whole bunch of people made it. Alice obviously was there.
Ella didn't go to the conference?
No. She couldn't get up.
Wow.
No.
She couldn't get up?
No, she's got a family too. It's hard for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's got kids and stuff that need her.
Oh, wow. I know she didn't make it to Chicago.
Yeah, well, I don't know how Allison does it, because she's got a family and she's got 2 little babies, and or one, and I just don't know how she does it.
Yeah.
Family.
Well, she does it because of which she was out there protesting about and making awareness of. They're targeting her baby,
Yeah.
I
would have made it too.
Now, here's something that's a good question for the group is, has anyone heard any progress over Trump and what he's doing about this? He knows what this is all about. He does.
Yes, he does.
He knows what it's all about. Many people, Marco Rubio, Rand Paul, and a bunch of the people that were at that softball practice that got shot, and that were there that didn't get shot but shot at, and those people know that the shooter more than probably was a targeted individual. And along with all the other reports of Cuba and China, the embassies, and on, they know what's going on now. What is the progress on that?
Okay, can you run that by me again, because I was typing, just real quick.
Well, the situation at the softball practice that got shot up, and all the people that were there that didn't get shot, and then the ones that did get shot, they wake. The person that did the shooting at that softball practice and all the other places throughout the United States and the world of being targeted individuals that were manipulated electronically, remotely, into doing what they do. And they're awake. The politicians that to say they're not would be ludicrous.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so, what is the progression of that? What how far has it gone? Why are they sitting on their hands waiting for them to have it happen again?
Well, they have to have some kind of diagnosis.
No, they don't have to have. They've got it. It just happened out there at that softball practice.
Doesn't Karen Stewart? I thought Karen Stewart had word that first of all, trying to take care of the borders, protect the outer, and we're supposed to be next. I hope. I've heard that. I don't know whether
That's exactly right.
And isn't there something that our people, our group, could do to stay proactive on holding their toes to the fire on such issues and trying to get representatives from our group to go up there and talk to them and getting information together to gently introduce them to what really is behind all this.
Okay.
Mark, I have
the synthetic telepathic stuff that goes on.
There's been immense progress with regard to the targeting of State Department diplomats and other staffers. It's been covered in numerous news articles, in print, and on TV. And for a lot of that was a paper. I don't know if you've heard this, Mark, but a paper that came from a medical doctor and a researcher from University of California at San Diego. And the paper is online, and it's Diplomats, Mystery Illness, and Pulsed Radio Frequency Microwave Radiation. So she hypothesizes that the attacks are microwave.
Yeah.
And so even if one disagrees with her theories, it's at least being covered by academics. And Dr. Golem is the name of the researcher, and she has a unit within the University of California, like Golem Research. So she's involved in a lot of research that impacts us, whether it's 5G or electrosensitivity, and I wouldn't be surprised if she referred to the diplomats that one of the reasons she was writing this paper was to highlight what was happening to the diplomats, but also to draw attention to the other people that are also being affected by this. And that's a paraphrase, but the content that I'm paraphrasing is accurate. In other words, she was alluding to other people besides the State Department diplomats who were being targeted. So my understanding is both Ella has reached out to her, and Matthew Aaron may at some point, or he may already have reached out to her.
Patrick,
one of the things that may be difficult.
Patrick, this is a very, very large secret, and there are some facets to it that are amazing. And I'm the one that started it, so we have to keep a lid on it, okay?
Wow. For what reason, Frank?
It's a very big deal.
Now, in what way is it? Now, don't expose if there's something that you're going to expose by discussing it further. Okay,
I can't
but
say anymore.
Within the first week of the attacks, I was writing and talking about on the calls that it was that all the sonic acoustic specialists and experts from various disciplines were in agreement that it most likely wasn't sonic or acoustic. You know, in addition to Pompeii, you know, and the audio spotlight. My point is, for about a year, I was making that point that it was very likely microwaves, and I was crucified.
So is there the chance or possibility that it's getting the exposure it needs to go before a committee in Washington somewhere?
No comment. And that's a
why,
no.
Frank?
I can't say anything. I'm on a perp line.
All right, then. If it's going to endanger any information sources, then zip it. I'm behind you.
I'm sorry.
I understand. Not a problem. No.
As soon as I came up with the idea and I put it together, and Allison contacted various people, and that's as far as we can go.
Is there a way to strengthen your idea through our group?
Not tonight, but yeah, definitely.
Not online, or it's a face-to-face kind of deal?
No, it can be online too.
All right.
We've
just not on this call.
No, I can't.
It wouldn't be a good thing.
No.
Yeah, that was good.
I can't take the chance that it'll get perped.
To elaborate, yeah.
Yeah, I can't go. Yeah.
Well, now this is good.
Yeah, that's why I told you it's a very good day. That's how I started off the call. Very good day.
Good.
Yep.
Good. That puts a feather in our hat and hope in our hearts.
Yeah, and put a little gold star on your chest too, because we're really working.
Right.
I'm gonna grab another coffee, guys, and have fun and chat away.
Yeah.
The conference call with no rules, just be adults. I'll be right back.
Right on. How's the weather? Let's discuss weather and hurricanes and stuff. What's going on?
Well, according to Trump, the hurricanes are very wet. The storm is very wet.
Yeah, they are.
Uh-huh.
They're making that area up there around North Carolina and Virginia and yeah, a little further north. It's going to get a soaking, and I feel for the people downstream about 7 or 8 days later. Gee whiz. There's going to be some flooding in the valley there.
I don't know the area. It looks pretty dangerous, though.
There's a place. I've got a son-in-law that he lives in North Carolina and Cape Fear, and it floods every time that this happens, where a hurricane blows in and torrential downpours and stuff, and then if it goes further north, it gets even worse. The initial rainfall floods that area real bad, and then if it goes north, the accumulated flowage, it gets even worse on top of that. And then there's a valley down below that takes one heck of a beating from flooding. So that's something to consider on prayer for those areas, those people, those poor people. Yeah. What about the West Coast? What's going on out there?
We have fires over here again, up in Northern California area. Yeah.
And is there any signs of arson? Someone flying around with road flares?
They don't know. They don't know. They don't know this last one. They're investigating it. Well, the first fire was caused by PG&E. The lines that they did not take care of came down and started the fire. And then the next one, I don't know what the next one was, but then there was one, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago here in Murphy's where I live, and it was just down the road, but they got it. And now 2 weeks later, there's another fire up past San Francisco, up farther north. That's enough fires. We've had enough fires. That's like 4 fires.
Oh gosh.
Huge fires.
Back when I was a young man, I saw this, and it was a train going down the track, and one of the car's brakes locked up, and a rooster tail of sparks flying off of that wheel, hitting that track, 30 feet in the air, and flames developing all the way down. This was right next to the GM plant between the Six Flags Mall in Arlington, Texas. And they were putting out fires from that locked up wheel for 30 miles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And the engineers, where were they? They can see around corners, and they've got in sensors and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're putting out fires for 30 miles.
When the fire, the last one, not this one, the last one, was burning like crazy, and they weren't able to. They were having trouble organizing the fire teams were having trouble organizing with each other. It was because the communication was very, very bad, because Verizon, they were not paying Verizon's top dollar for wireless, and so they ratcheted back their level of communication, And that's why we had that fire going on forever. And boy, are they going to pay, I would think. You don't do that. You don't do that. Well, you don't do that to an emergency group when that kind of fire is going. You don't slow down their communication because they're not paying enough, you know? Crazy. My sense is they're going to wish they hadn't been quite that greedy, you know? A lot of people lost homes and farms and, you know, it's just not everything.
Do we have a group or maybe more in Alaska?
The TI group?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good question. Or Hawaii, for that matter.
We had somebody who used to come on from Hawaii all the time. I haven't heard her around lately.
Yeah.
But she was pretty active. I don't know quite what they're doing over there, but my sense is I think there is something going on, and they're pretty active. They don't like this. I don't know, as if we did.
Yeah.
But I think there is.
And
maybe
the lava flows. Pardon me?
Are you on Facebook? You can.
No, I'm not that computer savvy. I don't. It's not that I don't want to be. It's for lack of knowledge. I need to go to a class or something. But let me say this: my targeting is so bad. I'm so sensitive to smartphone energy, and I get near Wi-Fi, and then if I get in between Wi-Fi and a powerful smartphone, my legs and my feet, it's horrible. It's I feel the burning and the pain just radiates off of my feet and goes up my legs.
Yeah.
It's awful. Oh, it's awful. And
it radiates up. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, my toes. It goes all the way from my toes up to the glutes. And I'll be at to go grocery shopping is major.
Yeah.
They chase me in the grocery store.
Yeah.
And then it's fun. I have a lot of fun with the old timer masons that show up. And I do. I'll maha bone them. I'll be looking at a label reading, and one will walk over and kind of work his way over, and he'll be texting somebody, and then I'll say maha bone shi omam ha, like that, and they'll like run like a scared deer. Yeah. I'll say that, and they're gone. It's a good repellent. She oham maha bon. Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's funny. I'll laugh at them as they're almost trotting away, trying to get away from me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You never know.
And the others, they speak Spanish, so they it doesn't matter what it is. They'll follow you around. What I enjoy the most is being in my truck, and they'll get right behind me. I mean, like a car length behind me, and I'll be doing 40. And then I'll slow down to 35, and then to 30, and then to 25, and I'll be going at a crawl. I'll be doing 15, maybe 18 miles per hour. I'll be crawling down the street, and they'll be right there behind me, and then I'll stop.
Yeah.
And then they'll just sit there. These really, excuse me, I'm not racist, but these Mexican women are usually middle-aged to 55-ish, and they're looking at me with both hands high up onto the steering wheel and looking at me and glaring at me Like, and then, most of the time, red pickup truck that they're driving. And then I'll just sit there for about 20, 30 seconds, and they'll finally get the hint. Go around him. You've done your work. You've got your free tank of gas.
Yeah.
The truck came out of a pound, the police pound, and they'll get their free gas. They did their job. Yeah. I love it. I get the biggest kick out of that.
Yeah.
I've got that on video.
Yeah. When somebody, you know they're perping you because they're like on your tail so close that it just makes no sense, and you know they're trying to scare you. What I do the same thing.
It doesn't scare me. I get a charge out of it.
Well, they're trying to scare
me at all.
What I'm saying they're trying to scare me, and what I do is the same thing. I slow down to like 5 miles, and I slow down another 5 miles, and I just keep doing it, and just watch them get mad. Think, oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Have you ever stopped completely and they stop?
Not on the open road. Not just no.
In town. Try it out. Try it out sometime. In town.
Yeah.
3 blocks from your house. Oh, it's a hoot. It's a hoot.
Yeah. I was gone for about 5 hours yesterday out of my house, which I rarely do, and I saw something like 6 or 7 different one-light cars during that fight. It's like, really? It's in the middle of the day.
Wow, one light, one headlight.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the day.
Wow.
You don't need your lights on. What is, that happens every time I go out, always. But yesterday, they really, in fact, it was more than 6, I'm sure.
You know what'd be a hoot? Get some masking tape and paper sack or something, and tape out your headlight and shoot them back. Do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, then see what happens, and then change sides. That'll throw them a curve.
Well,
have fun with it. Have fun.
Take a picture and turn it into the police. This person's driving one light. It's against the law. Give them a ticket.
It is. But the thing about doing it the way I just said is just jump out of your truck and yank that paper sack off and just continue with your business. They can't get you for that.
No, it's just all so stupid. It really is.
It is.
Hello? Do we really? Is this supposed to really upset us? It's really a little bizarre, I think.
I think we got a snorer.
I think you're right.
Got him.
How's your coffee, Frank?
Very good.
All right. I love coffee at night.
Oh, my.
I can't sleep sometimes without my strong cup of coffee.
Oh.
You're kidding.
Wrong one.
Oh, I love a good cup of coffee with if I have something sweet I have to go with it, all the better. I sleep better.
Well, if I have coffee past 3 in the afternoon, I'm up all night.
Not me.
Yeah, Frank,
I'll sleep like a lot better.
Yeah, Frank, you like your coffee. Coffee does not keep you up, does it, Frank?
Oh, no, I have to have coffee to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
You bet.
You know that thing called caffeine?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be keeping me up.
It's a sedative for us.
Well, if you don't have coffee for 2 or 3 days, you'll go into coffee withdrawal, and it's not fun. You get a wicked headache.
Yeah.
Now I don't do that, but I get the tics. I get the, not nervousness, but just sort of like, I gotta find a cup of coffee somewhere.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, so withdrawal. But I don't get headaches from it.
No.
Ooh.
You don't get headaches from the withdrawal?
No.
Oh, you're lucky.
Nope. I'm
Same
blessed.
thing. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
lucky.
I got the snorer.
Did you get your snorer?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Wow, you get a pin drop now.
Yeah. Everybody was talking at once there for a while. Well,
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, they're all here. There's quite a few people here.
Oh, wow.
We got Miss
They
Del.
need to chime in.
We got Southeast Texas, which is Mel. We've got Miss Delso. We've got Kathy. We've got Janie. We've got Fire. We've got David. We've got Claire Clue. We've got Alex. I think Alex fell asleep up there. 88 just left. Yeah, we got a lot of people still.
Wow.
Gonna hang on for a while.
Yeah.
So, Mark, tell us some tales.
Well,
Me and
on
Linda
what level?
I don't know. Me and Linda.
What level?
Whatever level you want. Just.
Short out.
Oh.
Well.
I'm trying to think. Shoot.
I want to ask, has anybody noticed that all of a sudden you're getting a bunch of catalogs in the mail? Christmas time is coming. It just blows me away.
Yeah, well, we haven't even had Thanksgiving or Halloween yet.
Yeah.
Oh, Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got an idea. Uh-oh, run. Everybody run. Mark's thinking again.
Mark is thinking. No.
Yeah. This idea is something that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And it's selling mistletoe. And I used to sell it door to door to people that had it growing 5 feet away from their front door. Oh, isn't that cute? This little boy, he's on his bicycle selling mistletoe. Anyway, for the people that live in the South, to locate it, pick it, box it up, and pay the freight to get it to someone from in the north, from Missouri on up, and the around New York and Connecticut and the Northeast. Those are the areas that absolutely don't have any mistletoe, and Wisconsin and the Great Lakes area. Just for the people in the South, like I said, to pick it, ship it, and to the people up north and sell. And this is something that could make us a ton of money. What's your thought?
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
We need to organize and to do it. To get people who are willing. Now, I have been put in touch through Derek with a young man, the name of Matthew Hill, and he and I are going to load up the back of my pickup truck, and we'll camp at different places on the way up and zigzag our way up to the florists and sell wholesale to the florists. And I know that we could come back with $3,000 plus after it's all over.
That's a lot of billboards.
He and I, huh?
That's a lot of billboards and a lot of TIs under a roof.
You're telling me. And it's a very doable thing.
Yeah. I just wanted
very doable if we move on it now.
Yeah.
Locate the mistletoe, find out where it's at, and then just figure out the people that you're going to mail to that have a florist nearby, or just set up on a street corner someplace, or set up out of your car on a roadside near a busy intersection someplace, and sell out of your car. And 50-50, you keep half and give the other half to PAX.
Why PAX?
Why not? Oh, are we having trouble again with PAX or Derek or something?
No. PAX has got the West. We've got the East. And Ella's got the Midwest. So.
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
That's the way I
thought
see
PAX
it.
was all Derek.
No, we have the Northeast, and that includes all the northeastern states.
Yeah.
And close states that don't have anyone, and we're setting up people in each state.
Yeah.
Like Mike Mason is our stars person in New York, and I'm in Massachusetts, and I would like to have somebody else in Massachusetts. And
oh heck! If now there is a problem. Now it's an important question.
Sure.
How many people? Yeah. How many people have mailed something and had it smashed to smithereens?
I have not.
I have, and it was mistletoe. And pardon me?
They took it. They stole it, probably.
Well, no. I had, and this was about 6 or 7 years ago, and I found out through one of my customers, and I got 2 other shipments off that were successful. And that year I made about $500. And that one person, I put the brakes on, and I haven't pursued it since then. But she even sent me pictures of the box and the mistletoe. Not one piece was bigger than an inch long. Not one piece. They stomped on it. They got the box, and it was like, say, 2 by 2.5 by 1 foot box. And they got on top of it and stomped it down to about 5-6 inches big. And yeah, now that could happen. I know it would happen to me again, but could happen to a few people. But there's too many of us for them to catch on to everybody, and to not reveal what the contents are. I made the mistake of marking fragile, be careful, blah, blah, yada, mistletoe inside and all that. And they knew what to do with it. And I did not know that I was being targeted to that degree back then. That far back. And that was an absolute definite stalk. And I can't remember if it was UPS or US Postal or FedEx or who it was that did it, but boy, they took care of that box. And I just hadn't pursued it since. But this is an exceptional good idea that we should latch on to. And yeah, I didn't know that Derek was not. I thought he was coast to coast, border to border, and just we answered to Derek. Everybody answered to Derek. I did not know that.
Well, we're one big happy family. Put it that way.
Yes, yes.
I talked to Derek.
But
He
so
talks to
you
me.
being in Massachusetts, I think that Matthew and me. What? How big is your place? How big is your place, Frank?
You want to move to Massachusetts? You want to move to Massachusetts?
No, just to stay there for a few days for us to relax a little bit and sell some mistletoe. Drive up there, have a truck full, and zigzag our way up, and then once we got there, sell the rest of it in your neighborhood.
Well, it would go over big around here, I'll tell you that. But
I know that.
The biggest place.
And what part of Massachusetts are you?
I'm just north of Cape Cod Canal right now.
Cape Cod Canaveral?
Cape Cod Canal.
Canal.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is. Is it north of Boston?
No, south of
Everything's
Boston.
north of Boston, but
it's headed down towards the Cape.
Let me get over to my map.
Look for a little town called Wareham.
How far from the water are you?
Plymouth Rock is north of us. And
ooh, you're in the
the 1620 area.
Well, there's Plymouth and New Bedford.
Okay, north of New Bedford.
All right. Fall River.
Okay, north of that.
What's the name of it? Pawtucket?
No, that's Rhode Island. Look for the Cape Cod Canal. Look for a little river going right across. A straight one.
Huh. I'm looking at Brockton and Quincy.
That's close.
It's a that's it?
No, Wareham. Wareham, Carver.
It's a national map that is on my wall.
Oh, you'll never get it.
It's not like a big map of Massachusetts. No.
No, you got to zero in. You got to be able
towns
to zoom in. No, Carver.
Man, that'd be one beautiful drive. And I'll bet that now my brother is in Vermont, and he is in near White River Junction area, Woodstock, and in and around there. And yeah, he would probably get a kick out of seeing us, but wow. Boy, that would be one heck of a drive. And especially, do you guys up there know about letting more than half of the air out of all four tires on any car?
Yeah.
To get around in the snow and ice?
No, in the sand.
That's interesting.
Oh, heck. Shoot. Let more than half of the air out of your tires, and especially the tires that have the drive, the wheels turning you'll get around better than snow chains. I kid you not. Tread or no tread, you will go.
Oh, this is
Frank, did you know about that?
Yeah, we do that in sand around here. And,
oh, yeah?
Yeah, we go down on the sand dunes in beach buggies with air let out of the tires. And
but in the ice and snow is awesome.
No, this is a 4-wheel drive state.
Yeah. They won't let us go streets if we don't have, we have to have snow tires at certain months.
Really?
So they won't let it. Yeah, we are required.
Oh, we can have any
Where's
tire.
that?
Northern California.
Yeah,
Near the
yeah,
High Sierra, the High Sierra foothill. Yeah.
It's a beautiful place to be.
Boring. Nothing is going on here. Nothing. Yeah. A brother and a sister-in-law convinced me to move up here because we were going to be a big, happy family. And he came down to get these records that I had been protecting with my life for 20 years, and he gave them to somebody. He certainly put them in his car and never brought them to me. And then they turned on me once I got here. You know, I didn't know who paid him off, but my brother would sell his mother for $25. So I'm sorry to say. Well, I don't mean to sound so ugly, but jeez, you know, it really threw me. You know, when your own family does that to you, it's kind of difficult. You know.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a story, and it's not going to go any farther than here. My brother is so bad that he tried. My father passed away, and she came up, and he has this little tiny studio that he made for her, and he charged her $500 a month.
And your mom? After your dad died? Yeah.
And then he charged her another $30 to store both of her cars.
That's love.
$30 a piece for the cars. I told him he was an asshole. I never. Pardon my English. I don't usually.
No, it's a good description. Yeah.
Golly.
There's some real greedy people out there, boy.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the language, but whenever he comes up, I really cringe.
You have no idea what I've called my brother. I used to have an employment agency for legal secretaries, and my brother decided he wanted to go into business with me and open up an agency up in San Francisco. I lived down in LA at the time. And one day I got a call from my dad, and he said, "Linda, be careful. Your brother is going to try to take your business from you." Huh. And so I got real careful, and I just stayed away from him. But I wish I had remembered that and thought about that when he and his wife were being so very wonderful, getting me to move up here, and then totally isolating, you know, total perp job. And my brother would do that. He would take anything from anybody, you know. How do we grow up with these people, you guys? How do we grow up with creepy brothers and sisters? It's just, what is that about?
Listen, Frank, you asked me to tell a story.
Yes, sir.
I've got and it's in direct relation with the mistletoe, and it was the third year that I was selling, and I started selling when I was 7. I was climbing the half, 3/4 of the way dead hackberry trees, and I'd test the branches and make sure they were safe to climb up on and stuff, and then I'd get up there and so the third year I'm going and doing very well. I came home one night with about $62, and the night before that about maybe $35. And the night before that, $29 to $30. I had some money collected. Now, for a little kid back in those days, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Yeah, and my brother and 2 sisters on a very regular basis stole from my mom and dad's wallet and her purse. All the time. And they kind of just, there was $4 or $5 missing from my wallet. Well, who's guilty this time? And then just sort of blow it off. like somebody get caught. My brother took my mother's silver dollars and spent them at Six Flags over Texas. Give me a break. I never stole from my mom and dad. Never. Not nothing. Not tools to hawk or any. My brother did that to my dad constant. And I would just be I was the tail end, the caboose of the family.
Yeah.
I was the baby.
Yeah.
Who did that? Who did this? Like that, and they'd all be pointing down at me.
Oh.
Like, yeah, and so, and I was in the bedroom, and I spread out a towel, and I'm on the floor counting up the money that I had earned to buy the family presents to put under the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
yeah.
My brother Bill walked in and saw all this money, bills, and a lot of change. And Mom, Mark's got money, lots of money, like that. Where'd he get it? He's been working for it. He's been selling mistletoe.
Yeah.
Floored him. He left the house. I embarrassed him.
Good.
Yeah, good.
Sounds like he needed it. Yeah.
Yeah. This little kid had over $100, and I was a nice, sweet little boy. I wanted my family to love me a little more than they did.
Yeah. Well,
I bought presents and put them under the tree.
Yeah. We're handy scapegoats. Those of us who are the youngest ones are very handy scapegoats. Where we get handed a lot of stuff, and that's why we grew up strong. We do grow up strong. For that reason. Yeah.
Yes, it strengthened us. You were a caboose?
Yep.
You were the baby. Yeah. How many kids?
Yeah. 3. My brother is 4 years older than I am. My sister's 2 years older than I am, and I'm the young one.
Yeah.
Younger in the family. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother was the oldest and 8 years older than me. And then my 2 sisters spread out, and then it was interesting.
Yeah.
And I never fit into that scenario.
Did you always feel like you were a
part of the family?
Huh?
Yes, still do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. It's just the way it is. I mean, when you're in the program, and I'm positive, I know for sure, for very certain, that 3 members of my family were targeted.
Yeah,
And
really?
my dad, my mother, and my sister Susan. Brother, I don't know for sure, but I would say yes to that. But my dad was.
Yeah, I got a sister named Susan too. Do you have a brother named John? Maybe we're related. I'm just kidding. I have a sister Sue and a brother John. Huh?
Yeah, I had a cousin that John Allen, and he was one heck of a crane operator. John Allen Williams. And Georgie, he died in Vietnam.
You do have a brother named John. Okay, so you do have a brother named John.
No.
Oh, okay.
Bill.
No?
William.
I'm sorry.
And a cousin, John. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I got it.
And George Bird, door gunner in a Huey Cobra. 60 millimeter machine gun. And he didn't make it.
Oh. He was one in
Vietnam.
Vietnam? He was one in Vietnam? No, I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah. But a story connected to that, my family was up in Wichita, Kansas, where Georgie's family lived, and Thanksgiving family reunion that we always attended, and it was the day before Thanksgiving, and it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the car, a staff car, drove up the long, winding driveway that they had pine trees all around their property. And there are 2 Marines that got out of that staff car. And this is interesting. Day before Thanksgiving, and the knock on the door, and I was behind my Aunt Pat, and she answered the door, and Miss Bird, we have an announcement to make for you, and the young man stepped behind him and had the flag folded, and she passed out, and I helped catch her before she hit the floor. Yeah. The day before and Mike, that was the announcement for my cousin that wasn't coming home alive.
Oh, boy.
Day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's hard stuff.
That's real bad timing.
Yeah.
They could have waited until after Christmas to tell us, and they didn't.
Yeah. Maybe they have some kind of rule that requires a certain amount of time, you know. I don't know.
He'd been missing for 8 years, and they did that.
Okay. That doesn't give them any room.
They could have waited.
Yeah.
Till after the holidays, and no, they didn't.
Huh. Would they finally identify him or something?
They found his foot in a boot and his dog tag.
Oh, jeez.
They did
really
not find his skull. They have tigers. They've got some of the tigers weigh in at around 450 pounds. So he probably got scattered around here and there.
Oh, man. Yeah. Ew. Well, that's why we should never have wars. What the hell did I'm trying to clean house at this time of night. Okay. Yeah, they certainly could have waited. That's too bad. I'm sorry, too. Sorry that happened.
Yeah.
War is ugly.
Has anybody heard from Terry?
I've always said that, hold the thought, Frank, that war is a way for countries to parlay behind closed doors about surplus flesh.
Surplus flesh?
Think about that. Surplus flesh. To get rid of men quickly. And high-five each other after it's all said and done. Behind closed doors. Illuminati.
And split the profits.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, look at the Iraq War. My God. I mean, what's his name? The vice president. Oh, what's his name? His
Cheney?
company. My God, Cheney. My God, the money his company made. My God. Halliburton made out like a horrible. When I used to bitch and moan about that, some people online on another group I used to belong to would say, well, he doesn't work there anymore, so it doesn't matter. Are you kidding me? You think he doesn't have a piece of the action in that company? Of course he does. He doesn't work there anymore. Oh, okay. Anyway. Yeah, that's
Oh,
war.
yeah.
War is for profit. You know, I think. Okay, Frank, you were going to say something about that, I think.
Yeah, Frank.
I don't know what I was going to say. I forgot.
Oh, oops.
I do that so much. Do that all the time.
I'll remember in a minute.
Yeah. Are you walking into a room and wondering why you're there much lately?
Every once in a while, yeah.
God, that's getting worse for me, and I don't like it. It's scary. Yeah.
That's not good.
No, it's not good.
Oh.
No, I'm getting a little
Now, what
uncomfortable.
really bugs me is the synthetic telepathic manipulate. I get manipulated with that on a high scale, and I'll be outside, and I'll be doing something chores and I'll set down the rake. I'll be raking leaves or whatever, and I'll set it down, and then I'll be walking, and right when I round the corner and you can see the street that goes in front of our house, a red pickup will drive by. I mean, the instant my eyes hit the street, there it goes, right by. Almost every time.
It's wild.
Yeah. Synthetic telepath. What goes around comes around, guys. Always remember that. It's gonna bite you in the ass so bad. And we're getting close. I feel like we're very close to victory.
Oh, we are. My God, with all this stuff that's going on with, we're hearing. I know MSNBC had information about Cuba and China. Like every hour on the hour. They were talking about it over and over and over and over.
Was that tonight?
No, it was yesterday.
Yesterday. Wonderful.
Yeah. This stuff is not going to die. You know? This stuff just isn't going to die. This is
awesome.
Yeah, I think we're serious.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah.
And
mainstream
Trump
media is getting there. Yeah.
Yes, Trump has a leg up on he said things about draining the swamp and the corruption that's going on with the child trafficking, the human trafficking, but mainly child trafficking, and that over 1,500 not individuals, groups in the in the surrounding areas outside Washington D.C. and then other groups that a little further out, like 15 miles outside of Washington D.C. And 1,500. And he is cleaning up Washington for that. And the Pizzagate is very, very, very much on the list for staying with it and continuing cleaning it up, cleaning it out. So that is, people get trapped into situations around children at events, parties, and Hugh Hefner was attaché the CIA and getting people involved for blackmail with children. Yeah, it just wasn't bunnies with TNA. It wasn't just that. It was also small children. Yeah, he was
God awful. Destroys a
an
child's
agent.
life. Come on.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. If they can get them before they kill them and eat them. I hate saying that, but that's what goes on. Boy. And we're close. We're getting very close to victory. And they get trapped. These people get trapped by the electronic manipulation and being put in blackmail situations. And they, you could say, well, they should know better. Well, sometimes their defense mechanisms are destroyed with the electronics and drugs and drink, and they get trapped.
You mean the adults?
Someone doesn't try to tweet him because he likes to tweet. I tried, but it wouldn't go through. Buddy that's listening, please give a try. Send
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how to tweet. I need to learn. And it's on the computer. Can you tweet from a phone?
Yeah.
Yep, you can if it'll let you though.
Yeah, will it let you? Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know how to do that.
Of course, yeah, there's people that someone can get through. But I tried everything, and I tried to tweet him, but I have 0 followers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to follow, not followers. I tried to follow him and, other people. And I kept selecting them, and it wouldn't allow me. It kept saying 0.
Oops.
But if somebody has a Twitter account and can get through, he definitely tweets. Give him the information. Yeah, give him the information. I think he'd look at it and say it could be you too. It's probably. I think he has some things going on. I think he's being mind controlled.
Oh, to a certain degree, Trump is, yes. And he wants to get to the bottom of that. He knows what's going on with that. And he definitely wants to find out where it's coming from and who's at the controls. And believe me, it's being pursued. Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. It is 1:21 here.
2:20
in the morning. Yeah.
I think Frank's on his way out too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it a night, and I love everyone, and God willing, we'll be here for another day.
Mark, if you don't come to this call every week, you're gonna get it.
Okay, I'll try.
All right. Hey, God bless you all. Good night.
God bless everyone. Take care.
You too.
Love you, Linda. Good night.
Okay, are you going? Are you leaving us, Frank?
Yeah, I gotta go to sleep.
Okay, yeah, bless your heart. Well, I love you too. You're a good man.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you do. Yeah. Okay.
Night.
All right. Take care. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Good night.